never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
And we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one night for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas. You'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know, it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Here we go. Welcome in, welcome aboard, or welcome back, whatever the case might be. Make our way into a Tuesday edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Secret Bunker. OvernightDriveRadio.com on your smartphone, any of your streaming listening devices. or tncradio.live. Pretty much the same. Smartphone, Android, iPhone, any of your streaming devices. All right, welcome aboard. Hope your week's off to a good start. I think it was right about this time 24 hours ago. I was alluding to, it's just the calm before the storm. It was a relatively quiet night for most of the country. As anticipated, boy, a lot has changed in 24 hours. All right, we're looking at already scenes of destruction coming in. Texas has been under the gun for hours. I mean, I've lost count. Can't even keep up with the number of tornado warnings as they've just been coming in one after another and continue. And every time I hit refresh, additional tornado warnings. Here in the past hour in southwestern Texas, there has been a large confirmed tornado on the ground. It was on the ground for quite some time. I haven't seen a refresh on that particular warning. In the past 20, 30 minutes, we're seeing pretty consistent warnings now coming in out of northeastern Texas. The latest, which just popped up, is, moving from northeastern Texas into southwestern Arkansas. So you've got Miller County in southwest Arkansas, Cass County and Bowie County in northeastern Texas. That's the latest tornado warning. Again, that one just came in a few moments ago. It's going to be an interesting night trying to keep up with what's going on as far as the tornadic activity is concerned. They've told us this is going to be a multi-day tornado outbreak or severe weather outbreak. All said and done, more than 50 million Americans will be at risk for violent and life-threatening storms. Let me start with some of the updates we've seen in just the last several hours. I'll take you to the power outages with the destruction of tornadoes that have already occurred on Texas. Texas taking on an onslaught of power outages. Now, this is several hours old. I guarantee the numbers are much higher. But about 8:30 Eastern, there was more than 70,000 without power. Yeah, Power Outage US, the website, tracks over 12 million customers in the state of Texas. The two hardest hit counties per capita were in the northern sector of the state toward the Texas-Oklahoma border. And again, this is several hours ago. Jack County, home to Jacksboro, which was devastated with the tornado Monday. Destruction to local schools and other buildings. According to KXAN out of Austin, 27,000 Encore customers without power there in the greater Austin area. Now, the Round Rock tornado, the ferocious tornado that tore through the town of Round Rock, if you're familiar with that region of Texas, earlier this past evening, a large trail of destruction. Update from the Round Rock Police Department. Officers were assessing the tornado's damage, reports of structural damage, numerous homes and businesses. One business almost completely wiped out was the Bank of America building on the IH-35 frontage road. The tornado ripped apart the building structure. The Round Rock PD remains reminding residents stay off local roads as well as seek shelter during the remainder of the storms, as storms will continue through Monday night, moving off eastward as we head on into the day Tuesday. A little after, I guess it was about 5 o'clock rush hour time, there in Austin, the local affiliate actually went to the interstate cameras and captured the tornado crossing Interstate 35 in Round Rock. About a minute before the tornado crossed the interstate, the Texas Department of Transportation camera capturing multiple vehicles traveling where the tornado was about to cross. So, again, we're going to be getting reports of damage coming in. Let's all hope and pray people are getting warnings and with enough notice in advance to find shelter. But The tornado outbreak thus far, extensive damage to several Texas regions. Oklahoma also feeling the effects. The town of Kingston, Oklahoma, was hit with a quarter-mile wide tornado about 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central Time, according to KFOR out of Oklahoma City. Damage is fairly extensive, they say. The damage path about 400 meters wide. Another report by KOCO-TV in Oklahoma City states the tornado touching down on the east side of Kingston has potentially caused residents to become trapped in numerous damaged structures there. A bevy of tornadoes going down to the next story out of Texas several hours ago. A bevy of tornadoes continues to touch down throughout Texas. Life-threatening situation for millions of residents there. The National Weather Service had a confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado over Granger, Texas. That was a little before 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central. This one was about 30 miles northeast of, again, Round Rock, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So let me see. In Round Rock, the previously confirmed tornado created a debris field, including bark shredded from local trees. According to the local Spectrum news outlet, let's see, what else do we have? Move on down the line. The tornado in Jacksboro, Texas. In the wake of the destruction there, no reports of injuries at this point. Tornado damage at Jacksboro Elementary School, reported by the Dallas-Fort Worth CBS affiliate. Photographs showing the tornado's destruction across one of the school's rooms. Emergency crews tell another Dallas-Fort Worth area station, WFAA, no children were injured. Both children and staff were in the shelters at the time of the tornado. That was about, 3:40 Central Time this past afternoon. So here's what we're looking at. The threat continues through the overnight hours. We told you 24 hours ago, make sure before you head to bed Monday night to make sure your cell phones are fully charged, have your weather alert ready and available to wake you up in the event of approaching danger. We've got more than a dozen states from the southern plains all the way to the southeast coast that are going to be facing some type of severe risk over the next several days. The most significant concern, obviously, the tornado outbreak, which is underway. Severe weather will pose a significant risk to lives and property right on through midweek. This setup has the potential to produce strong, long-lived tornadoes, some of which will be occurring during the overnight hours. As I said, in just the past hour, we've had one there in southeastern Texas that prompted warnings through numerous counties, and that was a confirmed tornado on the ground. Tornadoes began touching down about 3:40 in the afternoon Central Time. Major structural damage, as we just mentioned, in Jacksboro, about 60 miles northwest of Fort Worth, Texas. Then we had the Round Rock tornado, Granger, Texas, a confirmed tornado. Along with the tornado risk, some of these storms will produce damaging hail, ranging from the size of golf balls to baseballs. Straight line winds outside of tornadoes, 80 to 90 miles per hour. Frequent lightning strikes and flash flooding. Moisture streaming in from the Gulf of Mexico Monday morning after dry air spread from west to east over south central and southeastern portions of the country over the weekend. Now, that surge of moisture combined with the strong jet stream is allowing these thunderstorm clouds to tower 42,000 feet in the atmosphere. That's like 8 miles up, some extending even higher into the atmosphere. Now, when storms reach these levels in the atmosphere, those powerful wind gusts can be transported all the way down to the surface, these violent downdrafts, as they call them. Then you've got the strong updrafts that can allow hailstones to reach enormous size, often resulting in the formation of, as we said, damaging hailstones. Some of the tornadoes that occur Tuesday may last more than a couple of minutes, could be on the ground for miles. And in some cases, they could be concealed by low clouds, rain, or even the cover of darkness. Greatest threat of tornadoes extending from southern Louisiana to much of Mississippi and western Alabama. Through the day today, the National Weather Service says there is a moderate risk of severe weather for the upcoming day. Baton Rouge, Louisiana, Jackson, to Hattiesburg, Mississippi. One factor that could limit severe thunderstorms coming up today is going to be the expanding zone of cloud cover that may limit some of the daytime heating to occur. Where the clouds fail to break, storms may not be able to reach what we're seeing at this point in time. But we're going to look at some of the numbers as far as rainfall totals, 2 to 4 inches widespread in these storms. Some areas may pick up to 8 inches of rainfall through Tuesday night into early Wednesday morning. The flooding risk from the central Gulf Coast all the way northward to much of Kentucky, southern portions of Indiana, Illinois, Missouri, even parts of western portions of Virginia and North Carolina. That risk of severe weather does not end here on Tuesday. It's just going to shift to places further east as we head toward Wednesday. Another round of severe weather once again, including the potential for tornadoes extending from northern Florida all the way to eastern Virginia and perhaps even southeastern portions of Maryland. I'll do a quick refresh here. Okay, no tornado warnings freshly issued since we've kicked things off, where we're looking at this line of thunderstorms stretching from now just the tail end is right there about Austin, Texas. The heaviest storm activity is now passed to the east of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. You get up into Oklahoma, heavy rain, thunderstorms, now from southwestern portions of Arkansas, right up the Oklahoma-Arkansas line, all the way up into Missouri. Central Oklahoma, including like Oklahoma City, you're kind of in a lull, a break in the action because the center of circulation is just to the north of there. If you could imagine, we're dealing with tornado warnings in eastern Texas. We're dealing at the same time as we speak with blizzard warnings. Yes, the snowy side of the storm up into the Texas Panhandle region. Amarillo is seeing the transition from showers and storms to heavy snow. We've seen the transition to snow, eastern portions of Colorado, now western portions of Kansas. You're in the snow zone, all the way up into the southwestern corner of Nebraska. East of that, a very tight dividing line, heavy rains again from Lincoln, Nebraska. The rain's about to be pushing into Des Moines. It is raining heavily from Quincy, Illinois, to St. Louis, Illinois, down into Springfield, Missouri. Rain's already beginning to encroach on the western tip of Kentucky at this hour. So we'll be keeping an eye on things. The greatest concern areas north, like parts of Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, it's going to be the flooding concerns with the heavy rains. That tornado threat's going to continue to shift across Arkansas and again through Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, maybe even into parts of Tennessee. Kind of figured it'd be an action-packed night. Hello to Colton. Colton's on spring break. Young Colton jumping on board, checking us out on YouTube this morning. Hello to Zorro. Philly Dan checking in. He said 2 more state troopers killed Monday on I-95 in Philadelphia. Drunk driver. Sad news. Stay safe out there, drivers, and God bless the Rambler. Hello to Frank, checking in from Iowa. There's Joe, Morning Steve, and all the cartoon characters. You get through tonight and tomorrow night, then it's on the way to the Mid-America Truck Show. Everybody, truck safe, have a good night. Hello to Kyle. Got your photograph there a few minutes ago. We're going to be in kind of tight quarters there, aren't we? But it's looking good. Progress at the Mid-America Truck Show booths today. Get back at it first thing in the morning. We'll see everybody soon. Let's roll. All right. Yeah, looking good. Booth's looking good there, but it will be, like I said, tight quarters. We're going to have room to have our Bostrom and National seating seats on display there. That'll be interesting. Hello to Heavy D. Hello, Stephen. The overnight drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. Yeah, Brian said, well, I wish I was on my way to Louisville. Not going to make it this year, huh? Cap and Ron checking in. We've got 65 degrees rolling through Ocala, Florida tonight. Happy trails, everybody. Hello to Dean in Australia there. First out of Australia. Hey, folks, it's a stunning 82 degrees here in Terrigal, New South Wales, Australia. Good morning. Michael checks in from West Monroe, Louisiana. It's 71 degrees at this hour. Bama checks in from Memphis tonight. It's a breezy 68 right now. I'll be headed to Louisville Wednesday night. Can't wait to meet everybody, but everybody stay safe out there. All right, we'll be looking forward to meeting you, Bama. Richard checks in from Central Florida, 50 degrees. Hello to Steve and all the listeners out there. Frank, what's the dates for the Mid-America Truck Show? Well, Frank, it's this Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It's 24th through the 26th. It's almost here. Come on up and join us, Frank. It's a good time. Going to be a big time. Hello to Tank checking in from Arizona, 46 here in Winslow. Headed west toward Fontana. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Good afternoon, says Larry. Everybody hammer down and be safe. Who else on board? Crazy Ray, that's West Michigan checking in for this fine Tuesday morning. We've got 42 degrees at this hour. And ready for the best 5 hours in radio. That's mighty nice of you, Crazy Ray. Hello to Pappy. Let's see, T-minus 2 days and counting. Double nickel degrees here in Harrison, Ohio. Hammer down, everybody. Be safe. Yeah, looks like, yeah, you're right. About 55 outside the secret bunker at this hour. 007 checks in from Joplin, Missouri at the Petro truck stop tonight. Lots of rain here tonight. All right, before we get to our break, let's jump on up to, there's another of our listening friends. Hello, Ricky Roadway. What's going on?
Oh, not too much. Just kind of hanging around and thought I'd catch you tonight. 56 degrees right now and cloudy in Dubuque. Going to get rain later today and tomorrow. Today is the new day. Tuesday and Wednesday. It was 70 today here and sunshiny bright. And so it was pretty nice day here. I don't know what's happening all around the country. Good Lord.
Yeah. So I'm trying to, where is Dubuque? Oh, Dubuque's all the way over on the east corner or right there toward, right there along the Wisconsin line?
Wisconsin and Illinois. You go over one bridge, you're in Illinois. You go to the other bridge, you're in Wisconsin.
I'll be darned.
And
okay,
yeah, it's right on the nose.
Okay,
yeah,
well, that's what I was looking at the radar. Yeah, because the rain is already in southern Iowa. It's by the next hour be moving into Des Moines. So yeah, later on this morning, later today, you'll be getting some of that rain.
Yeah, we've been pretty lucky. Every storm that we've gotten so far has either gone north of us or south of us, and it's really unusual that we had a real unusually decent winter. You know, got cold a couple of times, but I mean, it didn't get bitterly cold. So, but I got quite a few listeners from your show catching in on the live on Saturdays. I think I'm going to be able to get one in this Saturday. I'll post it if I'm going to get it for sure probably by Thursday anyway. I'll post it on my Facebook. But I really appreciate the truckers. I got requests from down in Mobile, Alabama there, and a couple other ones there. So it's really appreciate that.
I actually got to tune in. I was you were probably down to your last 20 minutes or so by the time I joined it. I heard Tina read that message. Steve Sommers says, "Do Always in My Truckin' Way." You remember that song Dad did all those years ago, "Always in My Truckin' Way"?
Yeah, I remember that. I wish I had a copy of it. That way I could learn it. That was that was a
Yeah, it
good
was
song.
a funny
Yeah, I
one,
remember
yeah.
that one.
I think it was my dad and a
But
guy by the name of Joe Jubilee, if memory serves, and those itty bitty wheels on those automobiles, always in my trucking way.
yeah, we painted on the side of our forklift out at Roadway, Doodah Motor Freight dock workers.
I remember the doodah. You were a part of that, weren't you?
Yeah, we were part of the Doodah. I heard you talking about the Mid America Truck Show. I wish I could have went down this. We went down to Florida for a weekend, kind of 3-day weekend down in Florida and back, and I forgot about the Mid America Truck Show. It's been, oh, good Lord, probably quite a while since I've been down there.
Mm-hmm. Well,
And
this will be the first show in 3 years. I mean, 2020 and 2021 both got canceled. So, and it's going to be like it's the 50th anniversary celebration. So I'm thinking it should be a big show.
Yeah. One of the songs I think I'm going to try and pull out for Saturday is, remember, oh, good Lord, now I just forgot it. Merle Haggard did it. Oh, sure, there goes my mind. He did a song and for the truckers, and I'm going to try and do that, and a couple other ones for them, and see how they like that.
Big wheels rolling, moving on, or something. Big wheels. Is that the one or no?
No, not that one. It's a kind of a slow one. Boy, I'll tell you, that's what happens when you're getting older. You start losing your mind.
And I'm not all up to speed on my Merlin Haggard songs. Or was it?
It's a pop too, but anyway, I'll get it out and I'll get it on there Saturday. Like I said, I get quite a few requests from all over, and I really appreciate it. And it's just me and my guitar that more or less I play rhythm guitar. And now I'm starting to get arthritis in my left hand, and I'm left-handed on the guitar, and my fingers are starting to where I can't hold on to the pick very good. So, but I was surprised I lasted an hour and a half.
I guess you could say it sucks to get old, but for those who may not be familiar, they find you on Facebook, and you're in the Central Time Zone. What time do you normally fire up? 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock Central Time? Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, I've been doing it now about 1 o'clock Central Time on Saturday.
And your Facebook page, if they want to find you, it's go ahead so I don't get it wrong. Tell them.
Yeah, it's Richard Rick Tittle Sr. And I got another one that's Rick Tittle with my picture. I messed up. I hit a button and I started another page, and I called my son who lives in Indiana. I said, how do I get rid of this thing? Oh, just delete it. Well, it took my email address along with it. And so just luckily enough, I had an email address from Florida. So now that's the one I use all the time. The other one I can't even get on anymore. So, but yeah, I appreciate the listeners in that, and hopefully they enjoy it. Ricky, I enjoy doing it.
How many years did you drive truck, Ricky, before you finally decided to call it quits?
Well, I was with Roadway for just over 30 years, and then I drove for John Amos Meats out of Tallahassee for about a year and a half, something like that. And then I drove for Raleigh Interstate out of Dubuque. I hauled meat to Boston and out in that area for about a year. And then I was number 2 hire on Roadway when they came to Dubuque, when they started in Dubuque. And the guy that was number 1 started an hour before I did. So basically we had the same time. And I worked my whole rest of my career at Roadway. And I retired at 55.
How about
and it
that?
will be 19 years next month.
19 years retired.
That's unheard of.
So now just kind of enjoying life, but you spending time. I mean, you doing anything besides just playing guitar and singing for everybody, or?
I'm kind of helping out over at the Eagles Club in Dubuque, the Fraternal Order of Eagles, on their noon lunches. I'm a trustee over there and past president, but just kind of doing whatever I want to do. Mama, she's got a job. She's working. She can't retire yet. And so I kind of just spend the day doing whatever Ricky Roadway wants to do.
There you go. Well, it's always great to hear from you. I mean, I'm sorry you can't make it into the truck show there in Louisville. Again, maybe next time around, but yeah, we'll be thinking about you, old Ricky Roadway. And Rambler says hi. I know Rambler has been mentioning you, trying to promote you as well. He's been sharing the link to where you are on the Facebook there. Listen, he was promoting listening to Ricky Roadway on Saturday afternoon, then listen into the Rambler and his message on Sunday evening, then tune in to Steve Sommers for the overnight drive. He goes through the whole thing, promoting all of us.
Yeah, he messaged me and asked for Nightlife, and I had to dig it out. It's been so long since I done it, and just with me and my guitar is a little bit hard for me to do, but I struggled through it and got it. But well, listen, I'll let you go so the other ones can call in and that, and wish everybody a safe trip out there on the roads, because God knows I remember them days too. So just be safe out there.
Thank you for checking in, Ricky.
I'll check with you later.
Thank you so much. All right. Say hi to Tina and have a great night. Ricky Roadway out of the box. We'll get a news break. First time caller with a weather report coming up right after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The answer is no. That is the response from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who turned down Russia's ultimatum to surrender the southern city of Mariupol. The Kremlin was continuing to look for a victory somewhere as his forces are in what appears to be a stalemate. The attacks continue, though, as Russian strikes left death and destruction across Ukraine. A once busy shopping mall in Kyiv is now a pile of ruin. The U.S. and Western allies are now discussing how to pressure Russia even more. Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson introduced herself to the Senate Judiciary Committee.
I hope that you will see how much I love our country and the Constitution and the rights that make us free.
While Democrats on the panel praised Biden's nominee, Republicans made clear they would question her record. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot. Have you heard the latest about how vitamin D3 is essential to your health? A new peer-reviewed study showed mortality rates drop dramatically if a COVID patient has healthy levels of vitamin D. Many studies showed also helps with healthy weight management, but most Americans are clinically deficient in vitamin D3. Our favorite CBD company, Sons of Liberty CBD, has partnered with a brilliant team of scientists to bring an amazing new vitamin D product to market. Sons of Liberty Vitamin D3 Spray provides 15,000 IUs daily. It tastes great and it's in your bloodstream instantly. Everyone should think about supplementation with Sons of Liberty Vitamin D3 Spray. Each bottle contains a 2-month supply and is small enough to take on a plane. For my listeners only, go sonsofliberty.com is offering a discount of 15% off every product forever when you use the code WAR15 at checkout. Please support veteran-owned, service-disabled, small business. Go sonsofliberty.com. Make the healthy choice and choose Go sonsofliberty.com. Use code WAR15 to get 15% off.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with this sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive. You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip,
There's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, looking at the report from about 1 hour ago, AccuWeather, they try to continue following coverage of the storms, destructive storms rolling through Texas Monday night. Hail, damaging winds, tornadoes. National Weather Service office out of Houston tweeted, "Take cover now, Madisonville." About 9:42 Central Time. Warning residents of an incoming tornado that was confirmed on the ground. Most of that town reportedly without power after the large tornado causing damage to the town. Earlier in the evening, storm chasers and storm spotters reporting tornadoes across Burleson County, Lee, Bastrop, Williamson, and Caldwell counties. Tornadoes causing damage on Highway 80 and a resort near Round Rock, Texas. At least one confirmed tornado in Oklahoma, impacting a general store that was flattened in Kingston. Several mobile homes damaged. Major damage to homes in Fillmore and Wapanucka, according to the National Weather Service there, tens of thousands without power there as well. We jump up, got a first-time caller on the line. Who we got first of all, and what do you have to pass our way?
This is Bob. You hear me?
Yes, Bob, go ahead. What you got for us?
Oh, it's raining cats and dogs down here in Texas. Everybody left the campground because the tornado was on the ground within about 20 miles of us down here.
Now you say you're at a campground, camping out?
Yeah, we come down here to go crappie fishing 3 months out of the year.
Ah, okay. So has the line passed through your area yet? Are you still waiting for the line to come in, or?
Oh, we're turning around and going back to the campground now. There's quite a few of the campers headed out the same time we did. We went east to stay out of the storm.
Okay.
But I've listened to you guys for years, and I can't never get up during the night to call in. I know Chris and the guys. I was a photographer at an event they sponsored that a long, long time ago, and they was just starting out.
Is that right? All right. Well, hey, as a first-time caller, how about if you've listened in, I can get you a code for $60 via hotshotsecret.com. You say you're familiar with Chris and whatnot, so I guess you know all about the products, correct?
Yes, I do. Use it. I've been using it ever since I met them, and I just went in and bought another supply the other day in town to get a supply. So, very, very good product. It really works. I get better mile a gallon, and I try and pass it on to everybody I know.
That's great. Well, that's what it's all about. Some of that word-of-mouth advertising, some of the best advertising. Well, Bob, thank you for the update there. Yeah, raining cats and dogs, and it sounds like it may be kind of a rough and tumble night. What part of Texas did you say you were in again?
Just north of Longview at Lake of Pines.
Okay.
The tornado is going just to the west of us in Gilmore, Texas, and it's up in towards Arkansas already now.
Correct. Yep. Yeah, I see that moving up into the southwest corner of Arkansas. Yes, sir. All right. Well, thank you so much for the update. Watch for a text message. We'll get you a code for first-time caller there. And don't be a stranger. Kind of refreshing on the radar scene here. Let me kind of zoom in a bit. Yeah, that strong line. Let me see. Yeah, now stretching through western Arkansas. Yeah, probably another hour or so. Going to be waking up to rumbles of thunder in Little Rock, Arkansas. Then on down to the southwest corner. Yeah, right about, what is that, like Highway 49, Interstate 49? Yeah, that's where one of the tornado, at least radar indicated tornadoes in northeast Texas, southwest Arkansas, right in that region there. Going to see some big-time strong straight-line winds, even in the absence of a tornado. Texarkana, familiar with that? The Texarkana metropolitan area. It's moving in. Going to be barreling in here in short order. There's actually an area known as Queen City, Texas. Easternmost reaches of the state there. Is that right toward, I guess that's right there near the Arkansas line. Storms crossing in there down into Henderson, Texas, to Tyler, Texas, all under heavy-duty rains, a lot of lightning with these storms as well. It looks like the area from Corsicana south to Waco, the storms are now east of that zone, but all pushing over toward Mississippi, Alabama. Meanwhile, our number 844-844-3388. Who else we got checking in tonight? Hello to Shorty. Says, I won't be able to make the trucking show, but I hope when you're doing your show there, we'll maybe get a chance to see some of the cartoon characters on the YouTube or Facebook side of the show or on the replay. All I know, I can tell you, Shorty, is yes, they are planning to have camera set up. That'll all be going in later today at some point in time. I did get to speak briefly with Josh here a few hours ago. He's going to be headed out first thing in the morning. Yeah, he'll be taking all the computer monitors and all the equipment to set up there in the booth later today and into Wednesday. So, yeah, looking good. Jimmy Jammer checking in. Good morning, Jimmy. Hello to Rock Pick. Morning, everybody. Checking in from Rochester, New York. We've got 39 degrees at this hour. Stay safe out there. Coffee in the mail, Chevy Guy. Buckeye Boy checking in from the Atlanta Metro. Got 60 degrees, no rain at this point just yet. Trying to beat the clock to get home. Shout out to Heatwave for calling earlier to make sure I was not in New Mexico. He said the weather was bad there. I was actually in Oklahoma at the time. Everybody have a great night. Be careful out there, folks. There's Norman checking in from north central Kansas. Kind of wet and cold here. Heading south this morning with another load of scrap. Good morning to all the listeners out there. Hello to Jay checking in from Music City, USA with 61 degrees, clear skies, and a great night for trucking there. Hired gun on board, 60 and clear as well in northwest Georgia. I might reconsider riding the Harley to work today. Sounds like I may get wet on the way home. Remember, the painted side stays on top. There you go. Hello to Hillbilly Bob checking in. What is that? I believe it's a CNI dog. Let's see. See you on Friday. There's Scott checking in at the truck show. Let's see. Scott from Kentucky. All right. Look forward to seeing you there. Deborah is on board this morning. Morning, Steve. Looking forward as well to meeting you at the Mid-America there. It's going to be a wet couple of days here in Indiana. Hope my favorite driver stays safe out there along with everybody else. Yep. Rain, rain, rain. I guess the good news is rain is expected to clear. Yeah, it's going to be soggy later today. The rains are going to be moving in sometime. Not sure exactly what time into the Louisville area, as there's still a lot of work to be done, getting all the trucks and equipment and the booths all set up inside. I did tell Josh, take your rain gear. Don't forget to pack an umbrella because the rains for Tuesday and Wednesday. Then when the front pushes through, it's going to be a little cool there this weekend. If you are planning to attend the show, don't bring a jacket. Morning lows are going to be about 40, 41, according to forecast. Daytime highs, probably just mid-50s at best. That's about it. So could be worse, but it will be a cool weekend there in Louisville. All right, James, be careful if you're in northeast Texas, southeast Oklahoma, or southwest Arkansas. They're talking tornadoes all over the place. We almost got hit in Madisonville, Texas. All right, thank you very much. Let's see, Jeffrey on board. He said, I think the song Ricky Roadway was trying to think of was White Line Fever. You're probably right. Okay. Thank you much. Let's see. Okay, there, Ricky Roadway is on board on the Facebook side. He said, yep, the Hag song was White Line Fever. There you go. And it's 844-844-3388. What else going on? Get some of our industry headlines coming up here as we're underway on a Tuesday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, Timothy, to answer your question, here we are Tuesday morning. We are live. Coming up Tuesday night into Wednesday morning. We will, again, I'll be live here from the secret bunker. And I'll head out with the princess later Wednesday morning, heading down to Louisville. So Wednesday night into Thursday morning will be a repeat, a replay program from midnight to 5 a.m. Then, of course, we'll be live actually from the arena, the truck show in Louisville from noon to 5 Eastern time. Thursday and Friday, then 10 a.m. till 3 p.m. on Saturday. And all of those daytime live broadcasts will then be replayed during the overnight hours, during the normal time, midnight to 5 Eastern time. If I understand correctly, I heard that our friends at tncradio.live are also planning to stream our live broadcast there from Louisville. So you can tune in via overnightdriveradio.com or tncradio.live. So how about that? Hello to Matt, headed to Akron tonight. Stay safe out there. Shadow Artist is on board. Good evening or good morning, everybody. 54 degrees here in Brooksville, Kentucky. All right, we'll keep an eye on what's happening as far as our severe weather. Going to be kind of a crazy night tonight. We'll do our best to stay on top of things. Just going to do a quick reload here, see if we have any new tornado warnings. Sure, here we do. This is, again, northeast Texas. You got Panola County and Rusk County. This line is what I was just describing on the radar. Northeast Texas, going to be rolling into southwest Arkansas. This is a radar-indicated tornado. Seeing the circulation. See, this storm will be near Minden. In about 15 minutes from now, Pine Hill at about 1:20 Eastern, 12:20 Central Time. Other locations impacted by this line: Lawsonville, Mount Enterprise, Glen Fawn, Laneville, and Dotson, Texas. Again, tornado warning from the National Weather Service out of Shreveport there. All right, next in the latest developments out of the Russia, Ukraine, and just with each passing day, we continue to hear rumors and rumblings. What's it going to take for some maybe accident, some incident that ultimately suddenly brings NATO into the mix? Of course, the United States, we have been deploying personnel to numerous NATO ally member countries to bolster our forces to be there in the event, as they say, that Article 5 is called upon of the NATO alliance. To attack one is to attack all. The latest announcement this past day, which, when I see these kind of things, it just kind of makes me feel like, are they really, the leadership, the military, almost feeling like we're going to get drawn into this? We, the United States, are set to deploy a Stryker armored vehicle infantry company for a NATO battle group being established in Bulgaria as the Western Alliance moves to shore up the eastern flank in the face of the Russian aggression in the region. The announcement this past day during a joint news conference with U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and the Bulgarian Prime Minister. This was actually a couple days ago. I think that was Sunday, maybe. The USA agreeing to provide a Stryker company is a strong sign to all of our allies in NATO, according to Bulgaria's Prime Minister. Details of the deployment, when it might take place, were not disclosed during the news conference. Of course, the Stryker, the 8-wheeled, highly mobile armored combat vehicle that's been used in conflicts around the globe, including in Iraq, obviously Afghanistan, because my son was in a Stryker unit in Afghanistan when he spent his year on the ground there. NATO has, in the past several years, been boosting assets in the Central and Eastern European member states, the Eastern flank, as they refer to it, amid the aggressive military action by Russia. Bulgaria is establishing a battle group of some 1,000 troops under the operational command of the NATO Supreme Allied Commander Europe, featuring troops from various alliance members. Austin said, "I wanted to underscore the importance of the announcement that Bulgaria has established and is leading a NATO multinational battle group. This is an important step." Austin is on a several-day trip to Bulgaria following visits to Brussels and the Slovakian capital. The Financial Times reported the purpose of his visit was to request Soviet and Russian-made anti-aircraft systems from countries that have similar types of weapons like Bulgaria and Slovakia, so they could be sent to Ukraine for use by Kiev's military. Or they used to be Kiev, and they call it Kyiv now for whatever reason, Kiev's military. All right, the Slovakian defense minister said that they're ready to provide their C-300 systems if NATO allies provided a replacement system. So all these discussions ongoing. Meanwhile, U.S. intelligence says that the Russian campaign is essentially stalled right now. Everything's come to kind of like a screeching halt. Proclaiming that Moscow's forces are continuing to take heavy losses. Their maneuver forces on the ground are essentially stalled, he says. And there were also reports from the CBS Face the Nation, which has had the effect of Russia moving their forces into a wood chipper. The Ukrainians have continued to attrit the forces. They've been very effective using the equipment we've provided them, the armored, the weapons, the aircraft weapons, apparently some of these drones that we've provided them. We talked about this last week, drones that have 50, 70 mile range, so they can attack tanks and armored vehicles from way off. And apparently they have been wreaking havoc on the Russian forces. In the Monday morning update, the UK Ministry of Defense said Russian forces to the northeast are still stalled 15 miles outside of Kyiv. Forces advancing from the northwest have been blunted by Ukraine's military. Nonetheless, Moscow says they're still looking to take over Kyiv in the near future. So, all right, some updates there. Get the very latest as we head toward news update time. Lines available. Actually, we got clear lines at 844-844-3388. What's on your mind this Tuesday morning? Looks like the People's Convoy took a bit of a break over the weekend, but they were back up and running, planning to continue circling the D.C. area this week, prompting police to implement more rolling closures in D.C. This past day marked the 26th day since the People's Convoy arrived in the area. Motorists, of course, being warned that this week will more likely see more road closures related to delays as police shut down exits and block roadways to keep the trucks moving along. There were some major backups along 395 in D.C. as the convoy rolled through Saturday, they say, but they took a break on Sunday. The update says the People's Convoy has collected more than $1.7 million in donations, and they're using those funds to cover the cost of fuel. In order to distribute the funds, the People's Convoy are asking their participants to turn in their fuel receipts. Those receipts must match the date of the slow rolls and must be the original receipts, not copies. D.C. police have also extended their deployment of civil disturbance units until March the 28th as the convoys continue there. So back up and at 'em. All right, following news update, we'll get back to your calls. Our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
The answer is no. That is the response from Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who turned down Russia's ultimatum to surrender the southern city of Mariupol. The Kremlin was continuing to look for a victory somewhere as its forces are in what appears to be a stalemate. The attacks continue, though, as Russian strikes left death and destruction across Ukraine. A once busy shopping mall in Kyiv is now a pile of ruin. The U.S. and Western allies are now discussing how to pressure Russia even more. Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson introduced herself to the Senate Judiciary Committee.
I hope that you will see how much I love our country and the Constitution and the rights that make us free.
While Democrats on the panel praised Biden's nominee, Republicans made clear they would question her record. This is USA Radio News.
Have you or someone you know used heartburn medications Zantac or ranitidine and been diagnosed with cancer? Zantac and ranitidine have been positively linked to cancer. According to the FDA, Zantac and ranitidine contain NDMA, a known cancer-causing agent. NDMA has been positively linked to cancers of the bladder, pancreas, esophagus, liver, and stomach. Even in single doses and in smaller doses over time, NDMA is one of the strongest proven cancer-causing agents. Call 888-960-1233 or go to ZantacMoney.com. You may be entitled to substantial compensation without going to court if you or a loved one have taken these products in the past 10 years and been diagnosed with cancer. Call now to see if you qualify for free. Call 888-960-1233 or visit ZantacMoney.com to get what may be owed to you. You may be entitled to a cash reward. Find out now at ZantacMoney.com or call 888-960-1233 to see if you qualify for free.
The NTSB has appointed a senior air safety official to assist in the investigation of a plane crash in Asia.
A China Eastern Airlines Boeing 737-800 with 132 people on board crashed in the mountains in southern China on a domestic flight Monday after dropping 31,000 feet in 1 minute. China's media is reporting contact was lost with the plane over Wuzhou, and there were no signs of survivors. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Thousands of grocery store workers in Southern and Central California are deciding on whether to authorize a strike. The vote involves about 47,000 workers who work in hundreds of stores, including Ralph's, Albertsons, and Vons. Negotiations for a contract ended without agreement before the latest 3-year deal ended earlier this month. Results of the vote will be released this coming Sunday. The major indexes on Wall Street closed down on Monday. The Dow, Nasdaq, and S&P 500 ended in the red. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel.
Frontier Gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online. Just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Pennsylvania State Police have opened an investigation after 2 troopers and a civilian died after being struck by a vehicle. It happened early Monday morning on I-95 in South Philadelphia by the sports complex. Troopers Martin Mack III and Brandon Siska were trying to get a man walking in the southbound lanes to safety when a vehicle traveling at a high rate of speed struck all 3. A state police spokesman says they are investigating the incident as DUI related. One mid-Atlantic state is doing what it can to lower gas prices for its residents.
Maryland Governor Larry Hogan signed emergency bipartisan legislation to immediately suspend the state of Maryland's gas tax for 30 days.
Which makes Maryland the first state in the nation to immediately suspend collection of the gas tax. As we continue to stand in solidarity against Russian aggression in Ukraine, and as Marylanders face the impact of surging inflation with the average price of gas rapidly rising, this bipartisan action will provide some relief from the pain at the pump.
Georgia became the second state to cut their gas tax, and 17 other governors are considering the same legislation. Reporting from the USA Radio Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
Veteran talk show host Maury Povich is retiring. The 83-year-old Povich, whose show found success in finding baby daddies, will walk away from his eponymous talk show after 31 years. New episodes are set to air through September. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns in New York.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Hot Farms got off to a hot start. A co-champion takes command of the Supers, and an experienced lawyer stands in for his client and wins the challenge. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The third annual Wakarusa Ag Deutzfahr NTPA Shipshewana Spring Nationals, presented by Grog Martin Auctioneers and Realty, brought forth pullers from Indiana, Iowa, Kentucky, Michigan, New York, Ohio, and Wisconsin for a smorgasbord of 5 championship divisions over 2 nights. As usual, the track was bitey, the gorgeous machines a feast for the eyes, the competition spicy, and the winning runs savored by both the grateful competitors and the appreciative fans. Also, the soft pretzels were amazing. But where was I? Oh yes, the fans were kept entertained with this delicious foretaste of the summer to come on the NTPA Championship Pulling Circuit. That regular season is actually heading into its second week of point-earning contests in the southeastern corner of the United States. Friday and Saturday, March 25th and 26th, the South Carolina Multiplex in Neces, South Carolina, will host the Orangeburg Truck and Tractor Pull with 3 NTPA national classes on the roster: Super Farm tractors, 2-wheel drive trucks, and modified minis, as well as several Mid-Florida Tractor Pullers Association state classes. Details may be found at ntpapuol.com. Back home in Indiana, it was Kevin Smith of Rochester and Mike Robbins of Greensburg winning their hot farm classes from the test hooks. Smith was victorious with his buckshot-reloaded John Deere on Friday, while Robbins' Fire in the Hole International held the lead all class long on Saturday. In light pro stock, the Harvesters dominated as Al Cook of Wilton, Wisconsin, rumbled to a W with Black Thunder in Session 1, while Travis Tilton's Always Something won everything in Session 2. Eric Huckey and John Humpy IV were the winners of the stainless diesel Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 truck classes. Huckey's slightly overworked Dodge got the job done on Friday, while Humpy's Causing Trouble Chevrolet gave the rest a headache on Saturday. In Grand National Light Superstock, the alcohol burners were in a blue mood as Rex Kuhn, along with Jason Hootman, the 2021 division champions, swept the event aboard the Ford 6000 Commander. Kuhn edged GN runner-up and past champ Adam Spiegelberg's Detonator Black in the first session, then put 6 feet on Spiegelberg in the second session.
In the sand he goes! Felt really good. It felt fast, and when they feel fast, it's a pretty good run.
And Mark Lawyer of Newcastle, Indiana, took both Pro Stock hooks to claim the $5,000 first prize in the Yoder Popcorn Mack Trailer Pro Stock Challenge Weekend Championship.
One more time down the road again. There it is.
He did so with a John Deere 5020 he owned for many years, but sold in the offseason to Jason Ruin of Farley, Iowa.
These guys have been doing a lot of work on it. I'm just holding the stick.
You don't have to worry about stuffing it back in the truck. You don't have to worry about driving it home. You don't even have to worry about it tomorrow morning, do you?
No, but I'd help them if they need it.
Announcer Denver Getchy with the call, and Doc Riley with the interview on NTPA.tv. Congratulations to all the Shipshawana winners and participants. You can still watch the replay at NTPA.tv, and don't forget the NTPA pulls into Nices, South Carolina for live regional and state action this Friday. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I am John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
My little Texas tornado blowing me away again. I swore it wouldn't happen again.
All right, welcome back. Yeah, one of those nights, our little Texas tornado. There's been a bunch of them. And looking at the latest, tornado watches will continue till 4 o'clock in the morning Eastern, 3 o'clock Central Time. There in southeastern Texas, southwestern Arkansas, on over into portions of Louisiana this morning. And an update just a few minutes ago. Yeah, the severe weather, gusty winds associated with the storms pushing through Texas. Yeah, rivaled reports from across the West on Monday evening in Harlingen, Texas, where they had winds 66 miles per hour recorded there in Edinburgh, Texas. These dangerous winds causing home and tree damage between Kingsbury and Lowling, Texas as well. Power lines down on US 290 near Elgin, Texas. At least one injury reported in Gilmer, Texas, after high winds caused damage to at least one home there. Emergency responders reported that they were not able to access the tornado-damaged residents due to large trees blocking Highway 154. Power lines have been falling all evening, drastically hiking the number of outages across Texas, well over 60,000 as of Monday night. The highest percentage of outages in the counties of Houston and Madison County, as well as to the northwest in Jack County. So some of the straight line wind reports with some of these storms, 69 miles per hour. And some of these could approach 80, 90 miles per hour. As far as the tornado warnings, have not seen any additional tornado warnings. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, so maybe the intensity level is beginning to drop off a little bit. We can hope that's the case and that trend maybe continues for the rest of the overnight hours. And before we get back to our calls, one other industry headline. This has been going on for years, but I guess this kind of confirms it's still going on. Remember, we used to have lots of discussions about idling trucks and the anti-idling laws being implemented all over the country. And New York City is one of those places that are just adamant about not idling the truck. There's a proverbial squad of New York City residents that are racking up big money, significant payouts, as they just go around filming and then reporting idling trucks, according to the New York Times. The report entitled $87.50 for 3 minutes, $87.50 for 3 minutes inside the hot market for videos of idling trucks, which connects the readers to a group of about 20 New Yorkers who are actually making a living doing this, regularly reporting idling trucks so they can collect a portion of the fine. The group calls themselves Idle Warriors, and they are responsible for a majority of the anti-idling reports that are filed in the city. New York City has the anti-idling laws on the books. They've been there for decades. But over the past several years, there's a new program that's encouraged locals to earn a profit for taking the law into their own hands. The Citizens Air Complaint Program. It's been in place for several years, but it allows residents to go online to report illegally idling trucks and buses in exchange for cash, namely 25% of the $350 or higher fine that's imposed on the commercial vehicle driver. To report an idling truck or bus, all you have to do is submit a video of the vehicle idling for longer than the legal limit, which is 3 minutes. That's how they get the $87.50 in 3 minutes. Your 25%. And the video must also show the name of the trucking company. Now, the program does not allow for idling complaints against passenger vehicles, but according to the New York Times report, the city has paid out $1.1 million in anti-idling bounties since 2019. This 81-year-old New Yorker earned $64,000 in 2021 alone on that program. So here's an old retired guy. The old way of making a few extra bucks would be what? Going out collecting bottles when you'd get the deposit, or cans to sell for the aluminum. It's a lot more profitable to go out there with your smartphone and just film idling trucks. Going back in February of 2020, the then Mayor de Blasio raised the profile of the Citizens Air Complaint Program when he unveiled a splashy new ad campaign, which was entitled Billy Never Idles, featuring the rocker Billy Idol, declaring war on idling vehicles in New York City. There's a Vice video that they shared via CDL Life. There's this environmental activist that shows reporters exactly how he banked thousands of dollars by submitting evidence of idling commercial vehicles. In the video, he said he earned $9,000 for submitting 120 idling complaints. By February of 2020, he said he had earned around $17,000. Don't necessarily have to see, per se, like a law enforcement vehicle or any sort of a enforcement vehicle. Could be anybody or their brother out there just filming your truck idling. And it'll cost you. All right, back to the phones we go here at 844-844-3388. What's happening with Pappy this morning?
Steve, what this has to be the whacked out left that would do this. Mm-hmm. I've never heard of this illegal idling.
Yep.
Are you kidding me, man? People want to go out and somebody out here trying to just make a living, put food on their table, and they want to come out here and drop a dime on somebody because there's trucks idling for too long. Give me a break.
Yep.
Let them go park a truck in 120 degrees Arizona sun, right? keep that truck shut off and burn up in there. But come on, some common sense here, man.
Hey, it's all about the environment, Pappy. It's global warming. These trucks can't be. These trucks are killing the planet.
Yeah. And what do, right? They use that to enrich themselves. Smoke screens. Hey, man, you were talking about NATO and this Article 5 deal. Man, it was funny. I was in a conversation with a guy at work last week. And we were talking, and he was like, man, but if Russia accidentally drops a bomb on Poland, man, we're at war with Russia.
Yep.
And I said, no, not necessarily. He goes, well, the Article 5 deal, attack on one, attack on all. I said, yeah, there's an agreement, but that doesn't mean we're technically at war with Russia. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, I'm not a scholar on this. If Vic's listening or anybody else out there that knows more about this, but if I'm not mistaken, any aggression, like, say, boots on the ground, has to get congressional approval, Steve. We just, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Has to go through Congress. And if I'm not mistaken, any Congress overrules any Article 5 agreement we got with NATO. That's my understanding. But, I'm not like 100% sure on that.
Okay.
So hopefully somebody out there with more knowledge on it than I got can maybe confirm that. But that's my understanding. Hey, but I heard an interesting interview with Ted Cruz. And he was talking about what gave Putin the green light to actually go into Ukraine. I mean, it's kind of been going on for years,
right.
I feel NATO's encroachment, into Russian borders. But the way Cruz explained it made a whole lot of sense to me. So in 2014, when Putin attacked Ukraine, and this is back when they were in just the mix of all their scandalous stuff in Ukraine, right? Mm-hmm. When he went into Crimea, he stopped at Crimea. He didn't go any further. He didn't destroy any of the Ukraine's infrastructure. And the reason for that was because Ukraine had the ability to get gas and natural gas. They had lines going to Europe. So if Putin was to do that, it would have destroyed the supply line and pissed a lot of people off. So what did he do? 2015, he came up with the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, right? Where he bypassed Ukraine, built that underground pipeline, underwater, Steve, directly to Germany. And Cruz adopted some legislation. He started building that pipeline in 2015. In 2019, Cruz adopted some legislation that would sanction Putin for this pipeline. And Trump signed off on it. Putin immediately stopped the construction of the pipeline. He didn't get it completed. 4 days in Biden's administration, 4 days after he was sworn in, he did away with the sanctions on the Nord Stream 2 pipeline.
Bingo.
Bingo. 4 months later, the pipeline was completed. And if I'm not mistaken, what Cruz said, 4 days after it was totally completed and running, tanks went into Ukraine. If Biden would have never undo them sanctions that Trump signed in and Cruz got passed, there's a good chance this would have never happened right now.
Well, can you riddle me this? Why in the hell would he shut down our pipeline on day one and 4 days later give the green light for Russia with their pipeline?
Steve, it boggles the mind. I think he's intentionally trying to destroy this country. It makes no sense. Why would you do that? You know, and I hear some of the, you know, talking points. Well, he's catering to the climate crisis people, which is all a hoax, Steve. It just boggles my mind. I mean, everybody's scratching their head over it. I mean, that's an easy fix. Cut loose. Let these oil companies do what they got to do. Not only did he, you know, impose all the restrictions on them, but he bombarded them with all these regulations too, you know, which costing them more money, even if they did fire it up right now, if he didn't release some of these regulations. I mean, what he did to them, man, he just crushed them. Like Obama did with the coal miners in West Virginia. Remember that? He said, you can have a coal mine, you'll just go bankrupt. We'll put you out of business. Same thing. But I don't know, man. Turbulent times we live in.
Well, on a different subject, real quick, I'm looking at the headline, which reads, Bill Barr shocked that Biden lied about his son's laptop. Bill Barr is shocked, Pappy. I can't believe Biden lied.
Oh, my goodness. Steve, everybody knew this from the get-go. They knew it. That's what last night when I told you U.S. federal law enforcement officials knew this, and they covered it up. Yeah, James Clapper going on all these CNN, all these talking shows on the fake communist media, right? James Clapper from the CIA claiming that this was all Russian disinformation. Mm-hmm. The so-called, when Biden brought it up in the debates, the so-called ex-former 40 national security advisors that said this was Russian disinformation. They all knew it. They were covering up for him. And they were covering up.
When Trump brought it up to Barr, that he wanted an investigation, Bill Barr actually yelled at the president. He actually said, "Damn it, I'm not going to talk about Hunter Biden, period."
The only thing I can think of, Steve, is, at first I thought Bill Barr was a straight up guy. And I think maybe the deep state got to him, man. This wasn't nothing but a massive, how Trump was talking about from the get-go, draining the swamp, Steve. And I've said this, that D.C. wasn't nothing but a massive money laundering scandal. Mm-hmm. And Ukraine was part of it. Ukraine wasn't nothing but a big piggy bank for the United States. And the Democrats, along with the Republicans, were making millions of dollars out of Ukraine. Obama appointed Joe Biden vice president
to handle
in charge of the Ukraine.
Yep.
Right when all that was going on down there, so much corruption, and people were getting rich, along with Hunter Biden, along with Joe Biden, and along with all the other DC swamps. And this whole laptop was going to expose all of that. They needed this covered up, shut up, sweep this under the rug. This cannot get out. The whole impeachment deal with Trump, the whistleblower, all Ukraine related, Steve. So hopefully in 2022, when we take back the House, keep the Senate. Hopefully, we'll get to the bottom of this, and some people are gonna pay. Hopefully. Don't hold your breath. But hopefully, man.
Yeah, somebody, I think, I'm trying to think, it was, I don't know if it was Representative Johnson or Jordan, whichever, one of them over the weekend, said when we take control after the 22 election, it's going to be like mosquitoes in a nudist colony, that there's going to be so many, including even Dr. Fauci and all that's been going on with the CDC and the lockdowns and the misinformation, the disinformation, and obviously Hunter Biden. And so many. I mean, there's going to be all kind of investigations implemented.
Steve, there needs to be when Trump talked about draining the swamp, dude, we need to clean house. Anybody running for Congress, Senate, anything in D.C., if they're not on board for cleaning house, I'm talking FBI, clean house with all this corruption. If they're not on board with that, don't vote for them. I think Mike DeWine's got somebody running against him, if I'm not mistaken. I think I've seen an ad on TV, Republican running against DeWine. I'm like, he's got my vote.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, all righty, sir. Have a good night. I'll see you here in a couple days. 2 days and counting. T-minus.
You going to make it down, you think?
I think so, Steve.
Okay.
I think so.
All right.
I think I'll have a final decision probably either tomorrow night. I got to let my buddy know by Wednesday, but I think by tomorrow night I'll know for sure.
All right.
I'll let you know.
That'd be great. All right. Thank you much. Well, have a good night. Thanks for checking in.
All right,
give you the rest of the story on Bill Barr. Yeah, I mean, like Pappy said, I remember distinctly when Bill Barr, when Bill Barr was put in charge, and we were all saying, all right, now the truth will finally be heard. We will all find out what's going on with this Trump, Russia collusion, delusion. Yeah, somewhere, who got to Barr? Yeah, what happened to the guy? And it almost sounds like he's now trying to cover his own tracks with the interview he had over the weekend on Fox News talking about the Hunter Biden laptop because, well, we'll give you the rest of the story. We'll refresh your memory, as they say. Coming up, our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson pledged to decide cases without fear or favor, while also thanking God and professing her love for the country and the Constitution. It was part of her 12-minute opening statement to the Senate Judiciary Committee. While Democrats on the panel praised President Biden's nominee, Republicans like Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina showed that they're ready to ask pointed questions of her record.
I want to know about your judicial philosophy, because people on the left, the far extreme part of the left, believe that you were the best bet.
If confirmed, Brown Jackson will be the first black woman to sit on the U.S. Supreme Court, which in turn will have 4 women on the bench at the same time. Wall Street on Monday closed lower. The Dow down 202 points, the S&P 500 down 55 points, the S&P 500 off a couple. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, aka Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, thank you much. Welcome back. Our number is 844-844-3388. Have you registered for the giveaway? Hey, it's Tuesday. Look at the clock. Look at the calendar. It's almost time. Mid-America Truck Show. As we've teamed up with Bostrom, the National Seating will be giving away a Bostrom Wide Ride plus CERTA. Yeah, kind of redefining the premium seating in the trucking industry as Bostrom teamed up with CERTA, America's leading mattress company, developing what they call the most comfortable truck seat in the market today. All right, so we'll be giving away a Bostrom Wide ride, and we've got a Bostrom Pro ride as well. And lastly, a National Seating Corsair seat. They'll be on display at our booth there. For those who cannot make it to the show in Louisville, get yourself registered at overnightdriveradio.com and click on the contest link. One seat will be given away to one of the listeners who cannot make it to the show. The other two, you'll have to come by and register at the booth there at the show. Again, we will be in the North Wing, booth number 16067, broadcasting live. And I got word this past year, I was asking Josh, hey, several people have asked, are we actually going to be able to take phone calls and stuff like we would normally do on the show? And he said, yeah. He said, that's all going to be available. I'm like, oh, really? Okay. So I should have got the answer sooner, but I didn't ask. So, yeah, everything's supposed to be set up pretty much identical to what we have. He said, if you want to, you could say, all right, we're going to open up the phone lines and take calls for this hour or that hour. Because, we are going to have interviews lined up. We know Toby Young is going to join us in our first hour. Executive Vice President of OOIDA, Louis Pugh, joins us in the second hour. But I don't think they'll be spending the whole hour with us. You know what I mean? We'll talk 15, 20, 30, whatever it takes. And we'll have to fill with other guests and whatnot. There will be plenty of friends to talk to there. But yeah, so to answer your question, for those who may be up listening live, out there driving maybe during the daylight hours, which I know most of our audience isn't out there driving during the daytime hours. But if you happen to be, you'll be able to dial us up and check in live, get the full report from Louisville. Let me give you the rest of the story here. Was Bill Barr ever one of the good guys, or was it all a show? So he shows up on Fox News America Reports this past day to address Hunter Biden's emails, which, of course, were originally, you recall, reported by the New York Times, or I'm sorry, the New York Post prior to the 2020 election. But it was all shut down. I mean, even the tweet that they had sent out was removed. No one was allowed to share the tweet about Hunter Biden's emails. It was all using social media. The mainstream media all jumped on the bandwagon saying it was all Russian disinformation. It's not a true story. New York Times, of course, did the same. And all of a sudden here in the past week, the New York Times, lo and behold, says, oh, by the way, Hunter Biden's emails, Hunter Biden's laptop, we have authenticated that. John Roberts, noting to Barr, Bill Barr wrote a book. He said, you wrote about this in some level of detail in the book. You gave some of the background to the story. Before he asked Barr to respond, he said, Joe Biden, when he was candidate, Jen Psaki, they both dismissed this as Russian disinformation. Now, none other than the New York Times confirms, yes, there was a laptop that was dropped off at the shop in Delaware, and it had emails on it that are being investigated right now by the Department of Justice. You said in your book, you actually yelled at President Trump when he asked you about it. You said, Mr. President, I can't talk about that. I'm not going to talk about that. And Trump tried to say, hey, but wait a minute, if it was one of my kids, and you, Barr, said, damn it, Mr. President, I'm not going to talk to Hunter Biden. Bill Barr, who was the guy in charge of the Justice Department, shut down the then President of the United States. So Roberts then asked Barr, well, since you're no longer in office, can you talk about it now? Where do you think it's headed, he asked him. So Barr says, well, I'm kind of limited to what I can say. I don't want to discuss ongoing possible investigations, but my reaction to the president there was resisting the idea of injecting a criminal investigation on one of the candidate's children in the race when there was not definitive judgment over the Department of Justice. So I made it clear I was not going to discuss criminal cases with him, especially ones that he might have an interest in. So I would still do that today, he said. But I was very disturbed during the debate when then candidate Biden lied to the American people about the laptop. He was squarely confronted with the laptop. Joe Biden, suggested it was Russian disinformation, and he pointed to the letter written by the intelligence people. It was baseless, which he knew was a lie. I was shocked by that. And fortunately, the DNI came out and said, no, it's not. And the FBI said the same thing, but the media ignored it. So when you're talking about interference in an election, I can't think of anything more. In other words, if there was any interference in the 2020 election, it was the lie of then Joe Biden. It was the media, the mainstream media, the corrupt fake news, actually all corroborating and refusing to get, well, I think they knew the truth, but they refused to report the truth on what was going on. So I guess the bigger question is, why is this all suddenly coming to light? Roberts went on to ask Barr, well, could there be a legal liability for President Biden, possibly while not in office? To which Barr replied, I can't venture an opinion on that. Then the other anchor, Sandra Smith, says, well, let me ask you this in a different way, though. So obviously there was the media coverage of this. Obviously it was all over the place. It was atrocious. And now there's the New York Post, for example, the headline, the White House ignores its Hunter problem. Suddenly, right now, Jen Psaki, when asked about it, she can't comment on it. Well, this is something she has commented on time after time after time. Now, does the White House suddenly have a problem here? Barr said, well, I think now, from a political standpoint, now this is the people's consciousness. It was all suppressed until now. Now, obviously, they've got a hot potato. How they're going to handle this is going to be very interesting, Barr says. All of a sudden, it's a hot potato. My, how the narrative changes, huh? All right, let me get to Chevy Guy on board this morning. What's happening?
Okay, now it was never, at no time, suppressed on Steve Sommers' overnight drive. It's been brought up time and time and time again. And I believe we ought to push to get somebody to give Ray Barr amnesty for coming clean. Whatever it is that he got caught doing, maybe he was pleasuring himself on some of Hunter Biden's videos on his laptop. And he just flipped. He had something, and then all of a sudden, no, boom, he didn't have nothing. But he had it in his hand. He knew he had. I've seen pictures that nobody denied it. I'm talking 2 pictures, and Facebook got rid of them. But you can't unseen what I saw. Hunter Biden standing there erect with looks like a 6 or 7-year-old girl dressed up in red underwear with black lace and her makeup on her face. And I went to go to share it, and my brain said, no, sir, that's
Child porn. Yeah.
And just get away from that completely. Also, there was one with, it looks like Chucky Schumer mouth kissing a young black girl. And possibly this was at Weinstein's Island or, Rafe Island out there. So you got to check. Maybe you might want to check the airline list going out to Rafe Island. Maybe Ray Barr was on there. How about it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's my rant on that. I wanted to make mention, Pappy said, or somebody said, can you imagine idling out in Arizona in 100 degrees? Oh, my gosh. You go down into New York City, July, August, after a hot day with all that asphalt, concrete, red brick. It is stifling. And I'd get in there early, and you had to idle just to keep from smelling the urine. It just reeks of urine. Trucks don't exactly deliver down in a pretty part of town, if you're all big loads of stuff. But, I used to come in there, and I posted a picture of my 97 Freightliner. I took a load of biscuits from Montebello, California, and took them down into Brooklyn. And I just had to idle it. That's over 20 years ago. So, and they did have the idle law, but they didn't do anything about it. I guess somebody had to complain before law enforcement would do something. But Pappy. New York City's a totally different beast. You get up there, you got to understand, they hate traffic. They hate cars up there. It's just, I was leaving, had a buddy of mine, he was following me behind, and we come around a corner, I made it, and then he had a newer, they called them buses, a slid back axle cab over. He turned a little too tight, and he caught this Eldorados. Just ripped it down the side with the trailer. Well, we come to a stop. He said, man, I just hit a car. And I said, well, we better call law because look right there's a housing project. And they all got the name and numbers of the truck. We sat there for 2 hours waiting for law enforcement to show up. The two New York City cops that showed up barely could speak English. And the first thing they're standing there looking at me and looking at him and the traffic that's getting built up around it. It's like 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening by now. And the first thing the man said in broken English is, why'd you stop? and then turns around, writes a ticket out for the Eldorado and sticks it on the Eldorado's glass. And then he says, y'all get out of here. Well, no, he didn't say y'all, but he said, go. That's what we did. He gave the ticket to the car for parking there. So it's just a different world. I come up, I get a green light, I'm in a blind spot. I got red brick buildings on either side. I'm coming out of an alley, and the traffic moves forward. I pull up, get into the line. I still ain't got my trailer, just barely cleared that sidewalk there. Here comes one of them blue and white New York City cops, lights ablazing, just flying up along the side. They stopped right by my tractor. All 4 cops are looking up at me, and I'm looking down at them. It ain't like I could back up.
Mm-hmm.
Them suckers popped her up on the sidewalk, and boom, they were gone. It's just, it's just a different world up there. And but God bless them, because a lot of them lose their life in that city. But there's a part of me that, and I know it's not my Christian side, but there's a part of me that would just like to tell them, starve. It's what you call biting the hand that feeds you. And it's just like they're all predators up there, all out trying to get something above the other person. And I hope they just stay up there. Oh, okay, that's a terrible thing to say. Other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail and try to remember my religion. How about it? Over and out.
Thank you much, Chevy Guy. Okay, back into Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, as our storms continue, tornado warning just in. This is northwest Louisiana, northeast Texas, the adjoining region right there. That's west central, what they call Cato Parish, on the Louisiana side. Harrison County in northeast Texas. Radar indicated severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado located near Elysian Fields, about 11 miles southeast of Marshall, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Say tornado, quarter-size hail. So, again, latest tornado warning at this hour. Meanwhile, back to the phones we go at 844-844-3388. Well, good morning, Rambler. Hey there.
Well, praise God, Steve, and hello, Overdrive Night Nation. I'm glad to be on here talking to everybody. I'm glad to be talking to you, mon ami, from Louisiana, the little town of Laplace, Louisiana. And I got to know, did you get in the pool this weekend?
I was kidding about that. No, it's not time to open the pool.
Yeah, because I was going to say, if you got in that pool, you would have froze your, pardon the pun, chili beans off,
Giblets,
sir.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, yeah, I'm looking. We've still got some forecast lows close to freezing in the coming, later this week after this front pushes through. We're supposed to be in the upper 20s like Friday night, Saturday night. So it ain't pool time yet.
You see, that's what happens when you get on the phone with Pappy after he's done mess with the devil's lettuce and you done had way too many skull busters. He starts talking to you and starts encouraging you to do something you really don't need to do. And I know you like the skyline chili and everything like that, but you don't need to go jump in there freezing your chili beans off. My Lord, I don't think the princess would like that too much, So, yeah. So that does make a lot of sense. But I'm glad to be on here with you, Steve, and listen to what you're saying about Bill Barr and everything like that. It goes back to what the Lord said this past Sunday at the Turban Ministries Church. We got into Daniel chapter 5, the writing on the wall. And I tell you right now, for this country and this world, the writing is already on the wall. Yeah, Lord took us to Proverbs chapter 32. about what this generation really is about. If you want to just hear more of it, just go back, check us out. But, we're going to have some news coming up about our church here soon, and I don't want to just get into it right now. Just want to wait till we hear positive news, and hopefully, the news will be very positive, and I look forward to sharing it with everybody. But until then, let's keep on praying for us, and we're looking forward to it. And I tell you, I want to give a shout out to Bruce, to Cat Bomb, to Country Bumpkin, to Eskimo Mom, to Gilligan, to all of our cartoon characters, the Jolly Green Giant. I'm sorry. I let that slip out. Don't call me up, Dave. I don't want you to beat me up. I know you're happy, man. I didn't mean, gay really means happy.
Yeah.
I didn't apply the other thing, So, I'm kind of shaking now because, I know I've heard Jolly Green's bad side, and he can get kind of rowdy. I know he loves the Lord, but you get him kind of roused up. He's liable to attack a preacher. I don't want to get attacked by the Jolly Green Giant, or an orange giant, or a blue giant, or any other kind of giant. I just rather leave that one alone. But I know you're about to run out of time, Steve. But like I said, look, God's children. When God says, and he told Belshazzar went and got the gold vessels that Nebuchadnezzar, his dad, took from the Holy of Holies, from the sacred temple. He started drinking wine, gave it to his concubines, gave it to his wives, gave it to his eunuchs and his servants, and they started worshiping the gods of gold, the gods of silver, the gods of brass, the gods of stone, the gods of iron. God said, you know what? Your days are numbered, buddy. And that's the way it is with this country and the rest of this world, Steve. God has already set a time and date to when he's going to wrap this thing up. Only he knows. The Lord Jesus Christ don't know. Not even the angels of heaven, not even the Holy Spirit, only God the Father. It's up to you to make sure who you serve. The Bible says no man can serve two masters. You either love the one or you'll hate the other. You must know, because before too long, I may not be here no more. God may crack that eastern sky, and all of a sudden the rapture happens and we're gone. So make sure you know who you serve today. Don't die and plunge yourself into a devil's red hell, having regrets, or don't let the rapture happen and you be left behind with all the chaos. Make your choice today. And also make your choice to still support Steve Sommers, the Overnight Drive Nation, and make your choice to come on and follow us at the Turban Ministries Church. I'm hoping, like I said, to have some news, very good news about our church very soon. And Steve, I love you, my dear friend. It's 1 o'clock my time, 2 o'clock your time. I know you're up against the break. God bless you. And everyone out there, remember what I say. Love is just not a four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, then I can love you, and I do. And I love you, God's children. And Steve, my friend, 2 days and counting. Hopefully I'll wake up and maybe try and call you. God bless you, God's children. I love you, Steve. You take care, brother.
All right. Have a great night. Be safe out there. Thank you, Rambler. Yeah, Mid-America Truck Show. And it's 844-844-3388. News update, the top of the hour. Here at the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson pledged to decide cases without fear or favor, while also thanking God and professing her love for the country and the Constitution. It was part of her 12-minute opening statement to the Senate Judiciary Committee. While Democrats on the panel praised President Biden's nominee, Republicans like Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina showed that they're ready to ask pointed questions of her record.
I want to know about your judicial philosophy, because people on the left, the far extreme part of the left, believe that you were the best bet.
If confirmed, Brown Jackson will be the first black woman to sit on the U.S. Supreme Court, which in turn will have 4 women on the bench at the same time. Wall Street on Monday closed lower. The Dow down 202 points. The S&P 500 down 55 points. The S&P 500 off a couple. This is USA Radio News.
Have you or someone you know used heartburn medications Zantac or ranitidine and been diagnosed with cancer? Zantac and ranitidine have been positively linked to cancer. According to the FDA, Zantac and ranitidine contain NDMA, a known cancer-causing agent. NDMA has been positively linked to cancers of the bladder, pancreas, esophagus, liver, and stomach. Even in single doses and in smaller doses over time, NDMA is one of the strongest proven cancer-causing agents. Call 888-960-1233 or go to ZantacMoney.com. You may be entitled to substantial compensation without going to court if you or a loved one have taken these products in the past 10 years and been diagnosed with cancer. Call now to see if you qualify for free. Call 888-960-1233 or visit ZantacMoney.com to get what may be owed to you. You may be entitled to a cash reward. Find out now at ZantacMoney.com or call 888-960-1233 to see if you qualify for free.
Ukraine emphatically told Russia no to its demand that the country surrender the southern port city of Mariupol. That city has experienced relentless attacks from Russia, leaving civilians trapped in deteriorating conditions. It's been a month since the U.S. issued its first sanctions against Russia in hopes of weakening the Kremlin. In an upcoming interview for CBS's 60 Minutes, Deputy National Security Advisor Dalip Singh, who crafted the sanctions, discussed what more can be done.
We can broaden our sanctions. So take the sanctions we've already applied, apply them to more targets, apply them to more sectors.
Singh mentioned more banks as sanction targets among examples without giving more specifics. Jacksboro, Texas, northwest of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, has suffered significant damage as a possible tornado ripped through the town on Monday. Local media reports say the high school and the animal shelter was among the structures that were hit hardest. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel.
Frontier Gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online. Just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
The Pentagon says there has not been an increase in foreign fighters for Russia in Ukraine.
Press Secretary John Kirby saying Russia has been putting out messages to other countries, especially the Middle East, about having them join Russian forces in their unprovoked invasion of Ukraine. Kirby also says the United States has had conversations with other countries about getting more supplies to Ukraine.
So these are ongoing discussions that we're having not only with that nation, but many others about how to provide Ukraine the kinds of defensive capabilities to include long-range air defense that we know that they're comfortable using, they're trained on.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
2 Pennsylvania state troopers are being remembered for service to their community. 33-year-old Martin Mack III and 29-year-old Brandon Siska were in the southbound lanes of I-95 early Monday morning by the sports complex in South Philadelphia, assisting a civilian to safety when all three were struck. Captain James Kim is with Pennsylvania State Police.
Dispatch tried to attempt to contact the troopers, at which point they couldn't, and they sent backup. Upon arrival of the other troopers, there were some witnesses attempting CPR on the troopers on the left side of the road.
All three were pronounced dead at the scene. The name of the civilian has not been released yet. A suspect is in custody but has not been charged. Kim said the incident is being investigated as DUI related. For USA Radio News, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Welcome back. Trust your week's off to a good start. A Tuesday coming on here. Give it another hour. Our West Coast friends will be on board. 22nd day of March. And right on cue, as forecasters had been warning for several days, going back to late last week, as a matter of fact, we were given very early warning when they were using the words colossal storm sweeping across the country. Now, this is the beginning of a tornado route. We get several tornadoes ripping through the I-35 corridor of north and central Texas, southern Oklahoma at the onset of the severe weather outbreak that will be sweeping across the south over the next several days. Update from the Weather Channel. The first potentially significant tornado of the day touched down just after 4 p.m. local time. Jacksboro County, northwest of Fort Worth. Ripping through Jacksboro High School, causing some damage to the elementary school. No students, they say, at either school were hurt. Damage spread across town, the extent of the debris field closing several roads, as well as a local hospital and an animal shelter being damaged. Tornado may have stayed on the ground as it moved just northeast toward Bowie, Texas, 35 miles northeast of Jacksboro, where multiple structures were damaged there. The city performing search and rescue operations Monday evening. Now, the worst damage was east of the town. As many as 4 entrapments reported there. 4 suffered minor injuries, according to the emergency manager there. What else? Several structures damaged in a second possible tornado that tracked near Gordon, Millsap, Paradise, and Decatur. About 6 p.m., another tornado touching down near Round Rock, Texas, north of Austin, crossed I-35. One tractor-trailer overturned near the intersection of I-35 and US 45. That tornado was actually caught on several local television news cameras, including one that showed the tornado approaching the Kalahari Resort. Multiple cars overturned in parking lots, trees in the area debarked, as they put it, meaning wind strong enough to take the bark off of trees. One vehicle overturned in the Round Rock Shopping Center, several businesses heavily damaged there, homes stripped of their roofs, trees toppled. The city of Round Rock said debris in the roadways and structural damage sighted along the path of tornadoes. Again, no injuries reported in Round Rock, amazingly. Now, the storms moved on to the east toward Taylor and Granger, Texas. In Taylor, a recycling plant and a house damaged there. Barns and homes damaged near Jonah. In Jarrell, Texas, a storage facility, several homes damaged with a possible tornado there. Move on down the line. Kingsbury, Texas. A tornado striking north of Interstate 10. Homes damaged between Kingsbury and Lulling, Texas. Texas Governor Abbott holding a news conference Monday evening, stating that the devastating storms have caused significant damage, but we will stand shoulder to shoulder with those affected, and thankful to this point, no reports of fatalities. We know there are many people whose lives have been completely disrupted. People have lost their homes at the same time. It may be a miracle also, because even though there's been some devastating physical damage, to my knowledge, as of right now, no reports of a loss of life, which is stunning. On into Oklahoma, Kingston, Oklahoma, west of Durant, just north of the Texas border. Police were assisting residents there. Entrapments also reported in homes there. So some of the very latest from the Associated Press, with a system that's going to continue progressing off to the east through the overnight hours and on through the day Tuesday and even into midweek. All right, get back to your calls. It is 844-844-3388. Gilligan, I believe it is. Morning, Gilligan.
Good morning, Steve. It's sad what's going on down there. Yeah, anytime a tornado cuts through, the devastation is unbelievable. Well, by the way, I want to tell everybody, Big Ant's injuries is living proof of what happens when you try to stiff Bambi dovetail for a job. Heat wave, take notice. Take a look at what happened to Big Ant. Look, it was a little off on the car there, Big Moose. It wasn't the 74 Granada. She traded that car in since she last visited you, and she's got a 79 Fairmonts. And it was an aluminum baseball bat instead of a T-ball bat. And she's a little upset. Now she's got a big dent in her aluminum baseball bat. She plays softball on weekends, just trying to aggravate for her. Okay, I'm going to go into our last edition of How to Spot Your Favorite Cartoon Character at the Truck Show. Unfortunately, I'm going to miss a couple because I was out on foot a few days. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to make the truck show because of this foot. A little upsetting for me. I'm going to a specialist on Monday to see what's going on. Well, we're going to go on to the infamous Fly Rod, the scoundrel himself. You'll be able to recognize Fly Rod very easily. He'll be wearing his fishing hat, his hip waders, and his fly bowl. But what will really set him apart is he will be pulling a little red wagon filled up with cicada cookbooks.
Oh, boy.
Still trying to pawn them things off. Beware of this character. This man is nothing but a scoundrel. Now, every once in a while, he might spin around, and next thing you know, he's got a doobie in his mouth. And it's, as Rambler said earlier, would say, it's filled with the devil's lettuce. Well, old Dimeback Daddy ain't so much into swindling you, but he might hit you up for a little money to pay for his next doobie, if you know what I mean. But the one you really, really have to watch, when he spins around and comes at Lud Nut Louie. Man, this is a sweet-talking con man. He will promise you these big, beautiful trips to exotic places that you have won. You have won these trips, And then he'll ask you for your credit card number or your bank account information, and this guy will clean you out. If you run across any of these characters at the truck show, please beware and stay away from them. They are not the kind of people you want to be around. Now, on to bigger business. I'll be releasing our latest product after the truck show. GMA Enterprises. Chatbomb is working on this. Great product. It's going to help you with your COVID restrictions. The thing is, our research has come to the determination this may be the biggest product ever released on any of these shows. This might actually surpass Hollywood hamsters. That's our predictions. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve, and say bye to me.
All right, bye to me. See ya, Gilligan. Thank you very much. All right, under the industry headlines. For those who have some visual impairment, yes, as of today, March 22nd, some rule changes. The FMCSA amending regulations regarding licensing exemptions for drivers with monocular vision. Effective today again, the alternative vision standard replaces the current vision exemption program as the means for determining an individual's physical qualification for exemption. Drivers who are currently granted exemption under the expiring program must comply with the new standards by March 22 of next year, 2023. Currently, drivers with vision loss in one eye are prohibited from driving interstate commerce unless they obtain the exemption from the FMCSA. Now, they say the new standard looks to reduce barriers for drivers seeking an exemption by revamping the certification progress. Drivers seeking exemption under the new vision standard must have an evaluation completed by a licensed provider, first of all. Under the new standard, a licensed ophthalmologist or optometrist is required to complete the form MCSA 5871. The form determines the qualification for the exemption. The evaluation can be completed at the licensed provider of your choosing, and it's valid for 45 days. Here's what you have to qualify. Under the new vision standard, a driver must have a distant visual acuity better than 20/40 in their better eye, with or without corrective lenses, and a field of vision of at least 70 degrees in the horizontal meridian. Must be able to recognize the color of traffic signals and devices, and have stable vision deficiency. Now, they say sufficient time has passed since the vision deficiency became stable to adapt and compensate for the change in vision. If you are granted an exemption, you are required to re-qualify every year, every 12 months. So those changes taking place today, 22nd of March. And it's 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, one other tidbit from our friends at OOIDA. Of course, if you're going to make it, if you're planning to attend the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, be sure to stop by the OOIDA tour trailer. We'll be out by the show trucks. You won't be able to miss us, says Marty Ellis. Where's Marty, the driver of the Spirit of the American Trucker? Thursday, Friday, Saturday at the show. Now, the Spirit's supposed to be arriving today, as a matter of fact, Tuesday through Saturday. So the tour truck will be in Lot J, which is behind the West Wing at the Expo Center. The association's booth will be booth number 11128. They're actually in the North Wing, same wing where the Hot Shot Secret and the Steve Summers Overnight Drive booths will be. Of course, Ellis won't be the only one there representing OOIDA. Many staff. It's a good time to get some FaceTime with the guys from the OOIDA offices, Marty says. He regularly chats with Mark Reddig of Landline Now during the Friday broadcasts. He said, someone to do with the insurance or the fuel card or that type of thing. Yeah, these are the guys that are going to be out there, and you can get some questions answered. So stop by, meet the staff, talk about some of your experiences on the road, the challenges. Maybe you've got some ideas about the direction you might maybe like to see the association headed. We'd like to hear from some of our members, so make sure you're out there at the Mid-America Truck Show. If you're there, stop in, either at the trailer or actually over on the booth side. Of course, this year's 50th anniversary celebration, Landline staff writer Este Munoz wrote a feature on the history of the Mid-America Truck Show for the March-April issue, which I'm sure they'll be handing out. That's the issue they'll have there at the show this year. This year, they'll have expanded educational opportunities, Pro Talks seminars. OOIDA's going to have a town hall event. The OOIDA Truck to Success training class. It's going to be just an excerpt from what is a 3-day course on preparing to become an owner-operator. And, of course, as part of the 50th anniversary of the Mid-America, organizers are creating what they're calling a Wall of Fame to celebrate men, women, and companies who have built the trucking industry. 3 of those nominees actually have ties with OOIDA. First of all, you've got the longtime OOIDA president, Jim Johnston. He's a nominee. Current OOIDA president, Todd Spencer. And Paul Abelson, who was Landline senior technical writer for more than 2 decades, who recently passed away. All nominees. The Wall of Fame is going to be unveiled at the show this week, actually on the opening night. So the anniversary celebration and ceremony opening night, March the 24th. We know a number of other nominees out there. I know the one and only Carolina Monkey Gouger is a nominee for the Wall of Fame. Some guy by the name of Steve Summers hosts the Overnight Drive program, a nominee for the Wall of Fame. I wouldn't bank on Steve Summers getting in because there was another guy by the name of the Truckin' Bozo, who's also a nominee for this first round at the Wall of Fame. There's a whole bunch. I think Bill Mack was on the list. I can't recall off the top of my head, but yeah, lots of nominees. And honestly, I'm not sure how many actual individuals will be inducted to the Wall of Fame. This will be the first year. I'm kind of guessing it's going to be something akin to where the TA and Petro Stopping Center started their Citizen Driver Award campaign a number of years ago, which I had the privilege of being a judge for, what's that, 2015, 16, 17, 18? Yeah, of course, 2020, 2021, everything kind of went out the window with the pandemic, but there you go. So I guess on an annual basis, they will accept nominees for the Wall of Fame, and hey, we'll see. But it's nice to at least be on the nomination list, right? I tell you what, we got news break just ahead here, so hang in there. We'll get to, what do we got? Horse feathers on the line. Scarecrow will be checking in. And plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. While we're focused, of course, on the severe weather sweeping through the central and eastern portions of the country, are you ready for a heat wave? Heat more typical of the peak of summer is about to settle in out west. Temperatures will be record-challenging levels for the first days of spring here. This heat wave could even set some daily records in major cities in California: Los Angeles, San Jose, San Francisco, as well as parts of Nevada and Oregon. Even where the temperatures are not flirting with records, they will be well above average and unusually strong high pressure as we start off this week off the West Coast, bringing plenty of warmth and sunshine. The heat arrives after temperatures in many places spent most of March to date around or even below average, most noticeably downtown LA, which has been slightly below average most of the month. So how warm is it going to be? All right, this is just the beginning. Temperatures are going to be soaring as the week continues. Today, Tuesday, we'll see several records potentially broken in California, including the likes of Burbank, Redding, Sacramento, Stockton, Ramona, and San Francisco. Temperatures are going to be in the 80s for many of the California valleys and the San Francisco Bay Area, as well as portions of western Arizona. LA's got a chance to hit record levels as the highest, forecast to peak in the upper 80s today. Now, the record would be 88 degrees from 1986. San Francisco looking to challenge the daily record of 73 degrees, which was set back in 2008. Now, they're supposed to reach into the lower 70s today. Even the Northern California city of Mount Shasta could have record-breaking temperatures as the temperature approaches the record of 73 degrees. I guess, as the week progresses, the heat continues to build out west. We'll get back to your calls just ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson pledged to decide cases without fear or favor, while also thanking God and professing her love for the country and the Constitution. It was part of her 12-minute opening statement to the Senate Judiciary Committee. While Democrats on the panel praised President Biden's nominee, Republicans like Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina showed that they're ready to ask pointed questions of her record.
I want to know about your judicial philosophy, because people on the left, the far extreme part of the left, believe that you are the best bet.
If confirmed, Brown Jackson will be the first black woman to sit on the U.S. Supreme Court, which in turn will have 4 women on the bench at the same time. Wall Street on Monday closed lower. The Dow down 202 points, the S&P 500 down 55 points, the S&P 500 off a couple. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Take it back down to southeastern Texas. Let's see, latest tornado warning Grimes County, Montgomery County, Central Walker County, those all in southeastern Texas. Again, this is a radar-indicated tornado, but we've seen numerous confirmed tornadoes going all the way back to Monday afternoon. So take these warnings seriously, folks, all right? This particular cell will remain over mainly rural areas of southeastern Grimes, northwestern Montgomery, and south central Walker counties, Plantersville, Richards, Dukas. But again, tornado warning. How long does that go? Till the top of the hour, as a matter of fact. 3 a.m. Eastern, 2 a.m. Central Time. And aside from that, it's still seeing lots of severe thunderstorm warnings. Flooding becomes a concern as we move on into central portions of Arkansas. Numerous counties here, flash flood warnings for Garland County, Saline County, Clark, Hot Spring County in southwest Arkansas, Pike County, and Montgomery County in southwest and western Arkansas. I mean, radar indicates some of the automated rain gauges, indicating the storms producing rains between 1 and 3 inches of rain in like the past 2 hours. Additional moderate to sometimes heavy rain is going to move back over some of these same areas soon. As a result, flash flooding is either ongoing or expected to begin soon. When you see, especially when you see 2 to 3 inches in like 1 or 2 hours, that's reminiscent of what we saw in Birmingham. What was that, about a week ago? Yeah, that was the numbers, 1 to 3 inches of rain. Most of that came down in like 1 hour's time, but we saw the torrents of rain flowing through downtown Birmingham, Alabama there. Morning, Horse Feathers. What's happening?
Morning, Your Honor. So did you see I found your song there on YouTube? Always in my trucking way?
I did. I saw that, yes. How about that?
Yep. So I guess it looks like it's a recording off some other FM radio terrestrial station. So I guess somebody was very creative. So, but anyways, it's out there. So if Ricky Roadway needs the words or the lyrics or whatever, he can listen up, and we'll see how good an ear he has then, right? So anyway, so you were mentioning a town down there in Texas. You called them Bowie. Is that Bowie? Bowie? Is that how they spell that?
I'm guessing it's Bowie, right?
Well,
like David Bowie.
These people in Maryland. These people in Maryland call it Bowie.
Bowie?
And I'm like, well, what do you mean Bowie? How do you get Bowie out of it? I said, if you take the B off and you put an H on it, does that say Huey Mandel or does it say Howie Mandel? I mean, so I don't know. I don't know. I guess everybody has their own ways of saying their names, but I guess it's kind of crazy there. So anyway, so you got a sneak peek at your booth then, did you? Kyle sent you a picture?
Yeah, he's getting the tables all set up in place. Got us some nice Steve Sommers overnight drive skirts around the tables. It's looking good.
All right. So did he get the table? Did they get the tables and chairs from the truck show included in the booth with that extra additional price, or did they have stuff they brought their own from up there in Ohio down to install in the booth?
I'm pretty sure they I think you have to rent them. I don't know if they let you bring tables in or not. I honestly don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know how the whole thing went, because I know you said if you wanted tables and chairs, you had to pay extra for them, but I didn't know if you could bring your own.
Correct.
Bring your own stuff in.
Yep.
So
they don't even they won't even let you set up a damn coffee maker in your booth. I mean, because coffee's available at the vendors. You know, you're not. They want you to buy everything.
Wow. I don't know, Your Honor. It sounds like a gimmick to me.
Well, it's all about making that jack.
Yeah, maybe. Well, but they're taking the hard-earned dollar out of the people's pocket they want to come visit. I mean, if you got to pay for all that other stuff, how do they expect anybody to afford to do anything while they're there? I don't know. maybe we should pose those questions. You're going to have that person on to interview the first hour of the first day, right?
Yeah, this is all on the corporate side. Come on, everybody that comes down there. Why do you think they jack the hotel rooms up to $300-400 a night with a 3-night minimum? It's because they know all these corporate, the big business guys, Chris Gabrelchik, all these rich people are going to be there. We can charge them whatever you want. They got the money.
That's right. Yeah, I was going to tell the Rambler there. I'm out here. I'm following my one God, and that's Chris Gabrelchik here at this point. There, he's got Steve Sommers back on the radio and everything going on, and so I don't know. Right now, he's the one I'm kind of chasing around behind. I don't know if he's the one I should be chasing behind, but we're going for that right now. So we'll see how that works out for us. But anyways, I don't know what else. We got this colossal storm coming here. Is it affecting air travel yet? Are we having airline issues yet with anything with it, or is it just mostly just the rain and just localized storms? It's not really affecting the travel grid of planes going back and forth across the country yet.
I would say certainly some of the Dallas-Fort Worth airport would have had delays. Now, as the day progresses, you're going to see the ripple effects. I mean, since the heavy rain's now stretching all the way up through St. Louis, raining in Des Moines, it's probably almost up there to Ricky Roadway in Dubuque already.
Okay, because I'm looking at trying to get out of here Thursday morning. I am kind of disappointed in you and the AccuWeather gods there. I thought we were supposed to have all this straightened out, that we were supposed to have all this bad stuff gone away this week. We're supposed to have nice, good weather this week.
Yeah, right.
And 70 degrees for Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Well, what happened to that order we put in there?
That was wishful thinking, Horse Feathers. Sorry about your luck.
Yeah. So, well, anyways, I don't know. I guess I haven't heard a whole lot about a lot of other things. I guess speaking of travel there, did you see they lost the 737 over there in China there yesterday?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, they said that plane.
So, I mean,
it plunged 31,000 feet in how quick was it? A minute? I mean, just sounded like this thing just dove straight in the ground.
Yeah, and pretty much straight down to the ground, their nosedive. But the worst part is that 737-800, they're calling it, I guess, that's one of the most dependable planes in the air. And I think that's pretty much all Southwest runs there for I'm not sure if they have anything else that is besides 737s. I'm not sure of that, but I know they run a good sized fleet of them anyways. But so anyways, I don't know, not a whole lot other to report. Didn't hear one word about the People's Convoy. If anything happened yesterday, I don't know if they made a trip out of Hagerstown
they did
Beltway or tried to get into downtown.
They took a day off Sunday. They headed out. They made the loop again on Monday. The official People's Convoy Facebook said convoy departs at 10 a.m. this morning for Tuesday.
Okay. Well, I'll be back home by that time, so I'll come down here and do my support of getting around here this morning, and then on my way back, and then I'll have done my part, right? I've already been here, done it.
Okay.
But anyways, so I don't know. Maybe they need to try to do one in the dark. Imagine the light show we could put on there if we had that truckers convoy going around the Beltway at nighttime.
Yeah.
They might be able to see that from the satellite there. All them truck lights, get a bunch of them chicken trucks all lit up and everything. And so I did see one four-wheeler tonight that apparently decided one of the Pennsylvania State Troopers decided he didn't like what he installed for headlights. He had a 4-bulb system, one of those contained plastic lenses there where you got the 2 bulbs inside the plastic lenses on each side.
Yeah.
And apparently somewhere he found those off-road type fog lights that are the real bright yellow. And he installed 4 of those bright yellow bulbs for his headlights. And he's driving down the road with all 4 of them lit up, like with high beams. So he got all 4 yellow bulbs lit up in where he's supposed to have white headlights. And he went by me and I don't know, it wasn't 10 minutes up the road there. A state trooper had him pulled over on the side of the road. So I'm assuming they didn't like his headlight configuration.
You think?
But, so, yeah, possibly.
So I'm guessing he gets
maybe,
Dumbass of the Week nominee, right?
Yeah, possibly there. So maybe there are a couple state troopers out here, at least in the Pennsylvania area, that are looking out for some of these people with oddities for headlights, and maybe them people using them off-road bar lights and stuff. You're driving down the road. Maybe we can get a movement started here and start getting some of them people cracked down on for running those types of things. So it makes it tough on the rest of us trying to see down the highway, because it'd be one thing if they dim them down when they come up along you, but they just leave all that stuff turned on bright and everything. So I don't know. We'll see how it works out. But other than that, I guess we can still see the full moon up there. So I guess we're not expecting weather here until sometime later in the day, Wednesday and then Thursday. But they did bring the percentages down. We went from 80% both Wednesday and Thursday to 70%. But then they had the thunder and lightning and all that. And I guess if we really want to know what's going on, if we can figure out where Jim Cantori is, we'll find out where the most major disaster point's going to be, correct?
Bingo, always.
There you go. So, all right, very good, Your Honor. Guess with that, we'll let you go, and if we get anything else, we'll call you back maybe in that loneliest hour or something.
Very good. Have a good morning. Yeah, there was apparently, I guess, you got some sort of a street camera that actually caught that plane coming down in China, and yeah, it looks like it was a straight nosedive, straight down on the ground. It dropped 20,000 feet in less than a minute, just plummeting. And in the video, you see a few puffs of black smoke coming from the back of the plane before it makes impact. So, yeah, there ain't much of nothing left. And they're scouring the charred hillside. Any word on survivors? No. Everything on that plane was turned into, minuscule particles on impact. But we'll return into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I know Maryland is one of those states where they're looking at trying to come up with a way to give you some relief at the pump. Yeah, realistically, I mean, I think the federal tax is like, what, 18 cents a gallon? I mean, yeah, 18 cents is 18 cents, but when you look at the big picture, yeah, that's not going to do a whole hell of a lot to bring down the prices. State leaders around the country trying to bring down cost at the pump. Yeah, California Democrats, they're wanting to send every taxpayer in the state a $400 rebate. So taxpayers, you get a $400 check in the mail. See, funny thing about that is California was on the verge of bankruptcy, whatever you want to call it, default, until we passed the COVID, remember the COVID relief package? The trillions of dollars that all of a sudden put California, Illinois, we bailed out Illinois, we bailed out a bunch of Democrat states. Now, we've got money again. Let's give some more stuff away, right? Georgia's Governor Brian Kemp, Maryland's Governor Larry Hogan, both have signed legislation to suspend state taxes on gas. Virginia's governor has called for lawmakers in his state to follow suit. Florida lawmakers passed a 1-month suspension of the state's gas tax, which it says is scheduled for October. I mean, it's March. Yes, 6 months from now? That doesn't make a bit of sense to me. Democrat governors in Michigan, New Mexico, Colorado, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania have backed a congressional effort to suspend the federal gas tax, which that's 18.4 cents until 2023. Of course, we hit an all-time national average of $4.33 a gallon a week ago Monday, $5 per gallon in California, Nevada, Hawaii. As of yesterday, the national average down to a low price of $4.25 per gallon. 72 cents a gallon more than 1 month ago, $1.37 higher than this time last year. California leads the nation at nearly $5.85 per gallon. But they're still telling us the national average could hit $5 to $6 per gallon all summer long. According to an energy specialist at the commodity investment broker ICAP, diesel prices, he says, could be even higher. Yeah, we've released 60 million barrels from the strategic reserves. Biden has encouraged U.S. companies to increase drilling and production. Has he? Has he really? Now, why would they put that in there? Biden has encouraged them to produce more. Now, you can encourage them. Actually, you could incentivize them to produce more. You could take away some of the crazy-ass executive orders and regulations that have prompted them to not be willing to invest in our own infrastructure. That might make a difference. But hey, good morning, Scarecrow.
Hey, good morning, Kesabi. Yeah, they reported that plane, they figure, hit the ground at well over 500 miles an hour. I don't think they really had to tell us. They haven't found any survivors.
Correct.
That's your standard news report, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Got it caught off guard a little bit. Rambler, he called in a little early tonight. Kind of seeking a little guidance from him. You can always call in later if you're not able to answer this. A couple weeks back, one of the astute callers, towards the end of the program, may even have been on a Friday, he had words of wisdom to live by. And I can't quite remember what it was. Something about closer to the kin, the sweeter the sin, or closer to the kin, the nastier the sin, or the greater the sin.
I figured Rambler would be a good one to straighten us out on that. Unless
Probably.
you got an opinion.
I think I'll pass that one.
Yeah. Well, okay. All right. No guts, no
Do you
glory.
blame me?
No, not for a moment there, pal. Not for a moment. Message from I've told you before, we got, two boys. The youngest, he lives in Milwaukee. The other, he's out at, Beale and Sacramento. A message from him Sunday evening, right before I left for work here. He'd taken an at-home COVID test, and it came up positive. He didn't say why he took it, but obviously he was suspicious. Well, now he says that should there be a death in the family, and that we're down to a one-child, family, it'll be listed as a COVID fatality, COVID death, no doubt. But our Southern Belle daughter-in-law, who usually spews charm, is she says has a little bit of death wish in her eye right now. They were scheduled to leave Wednesday now for her folks' place in Santa Fe. It'd be the last chance they'll get to see them before they head out to Korea for a couple of years. And well, now that trip is off. So, things are going real well on that end. He's been pushing for me to get my booster shot for quite some time now. And, they've been staunch mask wearers out there, by the book. And it was only a week or two back, the squadron dropped the mask mandate. And so he's speculating that might be where it came from. Today he sends a message that, yeah, Dad, as nasty as this stuff, I'll put it that way, as nasty as this is, you better get that shot.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking, well, if it's that nasty and whatnot, and you've had your boosters and all, does it really make any difference? So I'm still sitting on the fence as far as the booster's going to go here and all. But so anyway, last night, Ed running through that story of his, I had flashbacks from a year ago. While fueling up one night down here, I'm always you always have a pattern of doing things the same way, and I'm right-handed. I always trigger my fuel nozzles in the right hand, so the fuel line is on the right side. I'll try to race through this. I see the clock is ticking here. But either way, I was on the opposite side of the nozzle, so I thought, well, rather than walking around the pump to get to the satellite hose, I'll go over the sagging line that's going from the pump to the existing tank. And my 28-inch inseam legs weren't quite long enough to get over this required 28.5-inch drooped hose. Tip of my toe caught it, and usually I could kick it away. Well, that didn't happen. So my forward momentum carried me right down to the concrete. Now I did not kiss the concrete like Ed did, but I was reminded of my shoulder that I had did some damage to, shoulder cuff, a couple weeks prior. That caught the brunt of it, and that was not good. So yeah, I was for a moment feeling Big Ed's pain at that moment. Steve, I sent you an email. I'll probably have to explain this one to you maybe tomorrow night or later on, but a picture of a couple of dogs. Did you get that?
You see, is that the ones that were happy you're home because the Russians crapped on the floor, or was that a different one?
No, it's probably about a half hour back I sent. It was a couple pretty high-strung mushing dogs, running towards the camera. Like I say, that's kind of the primary reason for my call, but I can call back either later, or I can save that for tomorrow night too, I guess.
Well, if you would like to give the rest of the story, You just hang on. Hey, we'll take care of our news update back after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Ukraine told the Kremlin no deal when it demanded that Ukrainians surrender the southern port city of Mariupol. The city has experienced relentless attacks from Russia, leaving civilians trapped in deteriorating conditions. Russia's offer of letting civilians leave and humanitarian aid enter was met with emphatic rejection. It's been about 6 months since the U.S. issued its first sanctions against Russia in hopes of weakening the Kremlin ahead of time. In an upcoming interview for CBS's 60 Minutes, Deputy National Security Advisor Dalip Singh, who crafted the sanctions, discussed what more can be done.
We can broaden our sanctions. So take the sanctions we've already applied, apply them to more targets, apply them to more sectors.
Singh is talking more banks and higher parts of the Russian economy, mostly oil and gas. The Dow closed lower on Wall Street. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson pledged to decide cases without fear or favor while also thanking God and professing her love for the country and Constitution. It was part of her 12-minute opening statement to the Senate Judiciary Committee. While Democrats on the panel praised President Biden's nominee, Republicans like Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina showed that they are ready to ask pointed questions of her record.
I want to know about your judicial philosophy, because people on the left, the far extreme part of the left, believe that you were the best bet.
If confirmed, Brown Jackson will be the first black woman to sit on the Supreme Court, which will in turn have 4 women on the bench at the same time. Jacksboro, Texas, northwest of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, has suffered significant damage as a possible tornado ripped through the town. Local media reports say the high school and the animal shelter was among the structures that were heavily hit. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Pump up the volume on your published book. Audiobooks generate new readers who love the storytelling format. We all have active multitasking lives now. With audiobooks, we can enjoy your book anywhere, anytime. Earn more profits. Tell your story to a new audience. Call Audiobook Network for a free guide. We produce your audiobook with professional voice actors and engineers, and then sell your audiobook on Amazon, Audible, and Apple iTunes.
Call Audiobook Network at 800-495-1223. Call today, 800-495-1223.
2 Pennsylvania state troopers are being remembered for their service to the community. 33-year-old Martin Mack III and 29-year-old Brandon Siska were in the southbound lanes of I-95 early Monday morning by the sports complex in South Philadelphia, assisting a civilian to safety when all 3 were struck by a car. Captain James Kim is with the Pennsylvania State Police.
Dispatch tried to attempt to contact the troopers, at which point they couldn't, and they sent backup. Upon arrival of the other troopers, there were some witnesses attempting CPR on the troopers on the left side of the road. At this point, they were pronounced deceased.
The name of the civilian is being withheld until family is notified. A suspect is in custody but has not been charged. Kim said the incident is being investigated as DUI related. Some teachers in the Sunshine State could see some more money in their paychecks.
There's good news for teachers in Florida, where Governor Ron DeSantis announced that he's raising the average minimum salary to all of the state's teachers to at least $47,500. Speaking at a charter school in Wellington, Florida, the Republican governor said he's earmarking $800 million from the state's new budget to fund the pay increases, which includes even higher pay for more experienced teachers. DeSantis said it's crucial to reward educators for their hard work during the COVID-19 COVID-19 pandemic. From the USA Radio News Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
And for USA Radio News in New York, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break 1-9 for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
There you go. Everybody on the same page now. Cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. There you go. Welcome in to a Tuesday morning. Counting down 2 days. Officially kicking off the 50th anniversary celebration, Mid-America Truck Show, and the granddaddy of them all. I'll get back to Scarecrow in just a sec here. Looking at the AccuWeather updated here within the hour. Yeah, latest on devastating photos out of Round Rock, Texas. After tornadoes smashed through the area. Images of the devastation flooding in homes had entire stories ripped off the foundation. Debris laying atop cars parked in driveways, garage doors scrunched up like tinfoil. Brick walls lying on their side, a few dogs sitting in kennels in the back of a van. Dogs that have been rescued from the destruction. At least 3 injuries reported across the area. There was an explosion that also occurred in Crockett, Texas. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Dallas, at least 1 fatality reported as of early this morning. 7 hospitalized there. So those are some of the newest reports coming in. Yeah, it looks like the tornado that ripped through Round Rock was a doozy there. All right, and the trend could continue through the day, Tuesday, and even into Wednesday. Meanwhile, all right, Scarecrow, thanks for hanging in there. Welcome back.
Okay, thanks for holding me over there, pal. Yeah, coincidentally, it was Big Moose's tune there that brought me back to my senses there, Friday morning. As much as I enjoyed the Sarah Lee interview, she's a well-spoken girl, pleasant voice, and she filled the airtime, just right. She didn't stammer or such. But from the start of that show, Steve, do you remember years back, the Sara Lee Baking Company, whatever, had that
Yes.
theme, everybody doesn't like something, but nobody doesn't like Sara Lee? Well, that tune was racing through my head from the start of your program since Friday, and when you mentioned she was going to be on, and it's like so oftentimes the last music or a song or whatever that a person hears, that's the song that sticks in your head until something new takes its place.
The worm, the earworm. Yep.
It took Moose to rattle me loose there.
Now you got Big Moose stuck in your head for the next 3 days.
Well, I told you before, that's been stuck in my head too, so I guess that ain't so bad. Did you by chance find that picture that I had mentioned? I titled it Psycho Dogs on Crack.
Yes.
Yep. Do you want to bother describing it, or should I just carry on here?
Go ahead and you describe it.
Yeah, okay. What it is, it's a picture from the front of our local electric cooperative over in western Wisconsin. They supply electricity for several counties around us, and they have a monthly publication. This is probably the February issue. Either way, each issue they'll highlight businesses and activities, from within their service area. And dog sled running, mushing is a fairly popular activity through the area. So, and they have little competitions here and there. It doesn't matter where this is from, but and we've heard mushing dogs are just so psyched up for the sport. They look forward to the competition and running in the cold and whatnot. Well, these two dogs, and I don't know, they're not your typical husky or anything like that, but they truly look like they're on crack. So their faces are so and the eyes, I think it's probably the snow reflecting off them. It's not photoshopped or anything, but either way, this brings me into what I wanted to bring up. There was a story in this particular publication about the shortages that Riverland Energy and such are having as far as supplies, replacement items and such. They had now this is 2 months back, so it may have been taken care of by now, but they'd put in the new e-car charging station, I don't know, northeast of Eau Claire, Wisconsin, somewhere up that area anyhow. And they're all set to go except for the charger itself. They couldn't get it. Well, guess why? Chip shortage.
Mm-hmm.
The microchip, shortage that affects anything and everything, it seems. And but anyway, yeah, they're struggling there, and they've given up on the on-time delivery program and whatnot. They've started fattening their inventories up on everything that they can get their hands on. Like so many other places, they order 50 of something and they get 20, and they're having to get by with it. But yeah, the whole on-time delivery program, that I think nationwide they're finding it's not the answer to all either. But so either way, that was kind of the highlight of the call there. A side note there, horse feathers. Everybody's been giving you crap about needing a surrogate tractor, to get you back here to the truck program. I just seen today, I think Lego, they come out with a big 4-wheel drive John Deere. That would maybe be better suited for that plane ride, although I think you guys were talking about buffeting plane rides, so there might be Lego pieces all over the floor that the stewardess would be down there scrounging with you for, but that might not be all that bad either, So. That'll do it for now, Steve.
Thank you much, Scarecrow. Good to hear from you this morning. Let me see here. Just looking at the stream chat, some of our other listening friends who've checked in over the past hour or so. Hello to Double R. Morning, Steve. Double R checking in. Hope everybody's doing good out there. Of course, Crazy Ray chatting in there. I think Mr. Q. Yeah, there he is. Morning. Mr. Q is on board this morning. Then Sylvester came back. He had been with us earlier. He had sent me a link to a story in regards to the number of Russian soldiers that have thus far been killed in the fighting in Ukraine. We've been getting conflicting numbers from the very beginning. I pulled up from the National Review here, Sylvester, and they're they highlight the numbers that you had sent to me. There was a pro-Kremlin tabloid claimed in an article that close to 10,000 Russian soldiers have died thus far, citing Russia's Ministry of Defense before deleting the information and then claiming we were hacked. We didn't say that. The paper, Pravda, said in the article 9,861 Russian soldiers had died. Another 16,000 plus had been injured during the invasion, according to data from the Defense Ministry. However, the article was reposted minutes later without that paragraph providing information on the casualties. But not before some had captured the image by the Internet Archive. Anything that posts, somewhere, somehow, somebody's doing a snapshot, saving that information so that if it's deleted, it's still there. You can't make something you've posted on the internet disappear as much as you'd like to. Now, the paper said the information was added by a hacker shortly after that paragraph was deleted. But the article chose those figures as a response to Ukrainian officials who claim to have inflicted crippling losses on the Russian military. Ukraine claimed over the weekend that the number is now close to 14,000 Russian soldiers that have been killed. U.S. intelligence, our estimates put the number of Russian dead at about 7,000. But either way, the casualty, the death toll on Russian fighters, if it is 7,000, if it is 10,000, if it is closer to 14,000, those are devastating numbers. Is it any wonder that morale among the Russian military is very, very low? Now, if you go to the Russian Ministry of Defense, they're acknowledging 498 soldiers have been killed. 498, that's it. Now, they did say no other outlets carried the alleged Russian Ministry of Defense figures reported by Pravda. But Russia has enacted policies to censor news and social media about the war with Ukraine. They've actually passed a law that punishes citizens convicted of spreading false information on the war with up to 15 years in prison. One Russian journalist on March the 14th that held up a sign, as you may have heard, that read, "Stop the war, don't believe propaganda, they're lying to you." She held that sign up during a live broadcast from her former employer, which was Russia's Channel 1. She was detained. She was fined 30,000 rubles over a separate video, but still faces potential charges under that new law. They may lock her up and throw away the key. Now, you're going back in mid-March, Ukrainian President Zelensky said around 1,300 Ukrainian troops have died. The government has not disclosed official casualty numbers. Civilian casualties also continue to mount in Ukraine. Yeah, Russian forces right now besieging the southern port city of Mariupol, which we've been hearing about that. Zelensky this past day said that particular port city is pretty much in ashes. All right. So some of the latest numbers. How amazing is it, though, that if that be true, the number of Russian casualties is much, much higher than Ukrainian military casualties, which is hard to imagine, but I don't know. There you go. Those are the numbers. Thanks for sharing there, Sylvester. Have a great morning. Mark is next up. How we doing, Mark?
Art.
Oh, Shadow Chaser.
Yeah, how you doing this morning, Steve?
I don't know how that thing gets Mark out of Shadow Chaser, but whatever.
Hey, just thoughts and prayers go out to the state troopers, family, Pennsylvania. I got a good friend of mine. He's fellow. We graduated there. He was state trooper for a while down in Pennsylvania. My thoughts and prayers go out to families and stuff down there. And years ago, I used to deliver cement down there by Hunts Point, down there in New York City, down by Hunts Point, their ready mix plant. And the things you see early in the morning down there, early in the morning when you deliver down there.
Never know what you're going to see out there, especially at that Hunts Point, right? You actually used to go there?
Yep.
Wow.
Yes, sir. You used to deliver cement down there, the ready mix plant down there. You saw some cement from Allentown, Pennsylvania down there. Thing is, when you offload cement, you have to run the blower on the truck. You got to idle the truck, run that blower. So apparently they weren't around there then. So, but yeah, and the sauce prayers for all the people down in Texas.
Yes, yeah, and these storms are just, racing across. The lead end of the line is already now pushing over into eastern Arkansas. Seeing as you brought that up, let's see. Let me start the strongest line of storms with obviously the strongest straight line winds and severe thunderstorms embedded, stretching from right about the western edge of the Boot Heel of Missouri. You can go straight down through Pine Bluff, Arkansas. From Pine Bluff right down Bullseye, Shreveport, Louisiana. Move a little further south, let's see, on down to heavy rains from Tyler, Texas. Yeah, Shreveport again is along the leading edge where you're seeing some of the strong winds. Yeah, go on further south, Bryan, Texas. Soon to be pushing into Lufkin, Texas. Yeah, the heaviest storms have now pushed off to the east of Austin and San Antonio, but as the morning progresses, be heading down into Houston. But yeah, the strong storms now, again, in short order, going to be moving over into, right up into Big Sexy's neck of the woods. He's up there, isn't he right like Jonesboro? Isn't that kind of where he's out there working this morning? Northeast Arkansas, Memphis, probably in the next couple of hours. We'll see that strong line pushing through. Meanwhile, well, good morning, Double R. How the heck are you?
Morning, brother. How you doing this morning?
Doing well. Hanging with them.
That's a good deal, bud. That's good. So I guess we're going to get nailed with that storm, ain't we?
At some point, I'm trying to remember. You guys, are you still over like toward Nashville? Where are you guys out of now?
Yeah, Lebanon. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of
later today.
I guess we're kind of northeast of. Okay. All righty. So, hey, real quick, I want to say congratulations. I believe it's your nephew, ain't it, Lucas?
Yes, that's Myra's son, Luke. Yep, the younger.
Yeah, ain't that's a good deal, but that boy don't play around, does he?
Yeah, for those who didn't catch it, of course, Luke's been wrestling for years. He now wrestles for the Illinois Fighting Illini. He's a freshman at Illinois, and I guess in the college tournament, just like where everybody's tuned into the NCAA March Madness in basketball, the NCAA wrestling tournament took place this past weekend, and he was one of the favorites in the country. I believe going in, he was ranked 7th in the nation. Now, he lost his first round, and that was really disheartening. But he said in his interview, he got yelled at by the coach. I guess he made what he called a high school mistake to lose, but he was able to, he battled back and wrestled back in, and ultimately finished 5th in the nation. I guess 5th in the overall NCAA tournament in wrestling. He lost to I think the number 2 ranked guy. When all was said and done, we were out eating dinner the other night after he had already locked in the 5th position. But I guess as it should be, the number 1 ranked wrestler wrestled the number 2 ranked wrestler in the nation in his weight category, and the number 1 ranked wrestler took it. So, but congratulations to Luke.
Wow.
Wrestled his way back in.
Yes, sir. Sir.
And as a freshman, he's got several years yet to wrestle, and I guess his goal is to be a champion. That's what he wants to do.
He's on a good road to doing it, that's for sure. So, hey, Steve, I know this possibility might be old news, but have you heard anything about France maintaining the airspace over there?
And Double R lost his cell, just like flipping a light switch. Okay. All I know, Double R, is Zelensky is still pleading with. Obviously, he knows we're not going to do that. NATO's not going to do a no-fly zone over the entire country. I was listening to Colonel Oliver North, who he's a contributor to Fox News, and he was actually proposing just what they call a humanitarian zone right along, the Poland border, where all these millions of people are, fleeing to get out of the country. In Western Ukraine, he said the least we could do is try to implement a humanitarian corridor, a no-fly area to protect those people trying to escape. That kind of made sense. But he did. He broke down in layman's terms why we don't want to get involved in a, quote, no-fly zone over the entire country. We don't. NATO doesn't. And because that would entail shooting down Russian planes. And the first NATO country that shoots a Russian plane down, it's proverbial, literal World War III. Some say we're already in World War III, but all I know is as bad as it is, it could get a whole hell of a lot worse in short order, but there you go. So I know it. To answer your question about France, haven't heard anything about France, but we'll get our news break here, bottom of the hour. Much more to come. Jump on in here. Plenty of room for you at 844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson pledged to decide cases without fear or favor, while also thanking God and professing her love for the country and the Constitution. It was part of her 12-minute opening statement to the Senate Judiciary Committee. While Democrats on the panel praised President Biden's nominee, Republicans like Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina showed that they're ready to ask pointed questions of her record.
I want to know about your judicial philosophy, because people on the left, the far extreme part of the left, believe that you were the best bet.
If confirmed, Brown Jackson will be the first black woman to sit on the U.S. Supreme Court, which in turn will have 4 women on the bench at the same time. Wall Street on Monday closed lower, the Dow down 202 points, the S&P 500 down 55 points, the S&P 500 off a couple. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yeah, they've been telling us for a couple days concern, aside from the tornadoes, damaging winds, large hail, flooding's going to be a big concern. And I can see why. A lot of flash flood warnings coming in now out of Louisiana. Eastern Texas, moving over into western Louisiana. But looking at some of the Doppler radar indicates thunderstorms have produced 1 to 3 inches of rain already, and another 1 to 2 inches expected. So flash flooding, definitely. Much of eastern Texas, northeastern Texas, areas that have seen a number of tornado warnings. In the last several hours, though, the tornado warnings have really calmed down. It's been since about 2:30 Eastern since we've seen it. So a little over an hour, I guess. That's not all that long, but good to have you with us as we roll into a Tuesday. Our number, 844-844-3388. Go to overnightdriveradio.com if you have not yet. Get registered for our giveaway, Mid-America Truck Show. For those who can't make it into Louisville, which I know everybody can't make it there, and we want to give you an opportunity to also be a potential winner. Get registered as we've teamed up with Bostrom and National Seating once again this year. We'll have all 3 of these seats on display. One of them will be given away via the website to registration, overnightdriveradio.com. Click on contests, and you'll find a little short email, name, and a phone number to contact, and you'll be registered. For the rest of you, head on over to our booth number 16067. And we'll have our Bostrom Wide Ride Plus Serta seat on display there. We'll have a Bostrom Pro Ride truck seat with the Hip-Pro 915 air suspension. It's got the high back air lumbar, the dual arm rests in the black ultra leather. That'll be given away there at the show. And we've also got a National Seating Corsair truck seat with the Hip-Pro 95 air suspension, dual wide arm rests, Raven Wing, and this is the black and gray ultra leather seat. So nice seats. I know that wide ride's valued at like just over $1,800. So get registered to win and make sure come by and join us there at the booth at the Mid-America Truck Show. All right, for the Hot Shots Secret booth. Yeah, we're both in the North Wing, but we, Overnight Drive, we're not in the same location as Hot Shot Secret. Hot Shot Secret, couple of aisles down the line from where I'll be. I believe their number is booth number 12036. And stop on by, and of course, some of the deals we've got going on out there for those who maybe can't make it into Louisville. I'm sure they'll have some specials there at the truck show. They always do. But right now at some of the retailers here for another few days, you've got till the 29th of March. You'll save $4 on the 2-quart Diesel Extreme or $7 off on the 2-quart Stiction Eliminator at all the O'Reilly Auto Parts locations around the country. And Hot Shots Secret's Everyday Diesel Treatment, by the way, is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Stopping Centers. The Everyday Diesel Treatment. And if you're not using that, you need to be using that on every fill-up, especially with the price of fuel right now. They explained the breakdown with $5 a gallon. And if your truck averages, say, 6 miles per gallon, the cost of treating your fuel with the Everyday Diesel Treatment, you're going to improve your fuel economy enough to cover the cost of the treatment and still have more money put back in your pocket. You're actually saving money by treating your fuel with the Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment. All right, meanwhile, back to the calls, and would that be Big Sexy by chance?
Yes, it is.
Hey there.
An echo for some reason.
I
got my radio turned down.
Sometimes when I pick up, it'll do that, and it should go away. Is it Everything better now?
I think it's gone away now.
Yeah,
I don't hear
That's
it
happened
now.
to a couple folks in recent days. But so is Mother Nature bearing down on you this morning? Are you hunkered down, or what you looking at?
I'm out here driving, but this wind is wicked. I stopped back there at one of the convenience stores I stop at to service the newspaper rack there, and one of those flashing arrow signs, that has the four legs they set out in front of stores and stuff to advertise.
Mm-hmm.
It was normally on the south end of the store. Now it's on the north end up against the door.
Wow.
Their trash cans and all that, the big heavy plastic trash cans, they're moved across over against the fence. So, I shared a deal on Facebook, and I also shared it to your Facebook deal. Did you see that from Brian Infinger down in Texas?
What? Refresh my memory. What was it?
If you get a look, take that look at that video. It should be on your Facebook page, but not. It's on mine. Where a red pickup gets flipped over, spun around, flipped back on its wheels, and drives off.
Yes, I was going to ask you when was that? Was that with the storms yesterday, or
that was today?
Really?
Today.
That was something like straight out of the movie Twister. Yes, the tornado's crossing the damn interstate, and you see this pickup truck literally get, I guess, flipped on its side, spins around a few times, and it takes it off in the grass, but it lands back on all four wheels, and the dude drives away.
Right. That's crazy. That was the day. Have you seen any of the video out of I can't remember, Round Rock, where the high school got messed up, or was that another town?
I think it was Round Rock. That was
that
nasty.
gym.
Yes.
There's video from inside that gym and all that. And another email I sent y'all, if you checked it or not, about the deer jumping to the death.
Yes, I've got that printed up over here. You brought that up. I hadn't touched on that yet. What the hell? So I guess they're jumping over like the barrier on the interstate, not realizing that it's how many feet drop under once they get over the barrier, right?
Yeah, somehow they're getting on that bridge and jumping off that bridge. There's about 25 of them so far.
Wow.
But yeah, you was talking a while ago about that coming through here. Yeah, it's here. We got heavy rain, and the winds are, right now they've kind of died down, but they were rough a while ago. And I know we're not supposed to get any of the tornadoes or anything like that, but
just the heavy rains.
It makes for a long night when you got to deal with the rain.
Yeah, flooding rains. I mean, are you Jonesboro? Right. Is that about where you are? Is that?
Yeah, I deliver the Jonesboro Sun. I'm south of Jonesboro. I run everything south of Jonesboro all the way down almost to I-40 and back.
Oh, okay. Wow. That's all the way down to like Forest City.
If you ever look at a map at Jonesboro, I go all the way down Highway 1 all the way to almost to 40 and back.
Okay.
But, well, that's all I had for you. I'm going to jump off here. Let's get on to the next caller. If I come up with anything else, I'll call you back.
Now, the leading edge of the storm, I'm looking at you. You're talking that line from Truman to Cherry Valley to Wynn. Yeah, that's the leading edge, all pushing right along that line as we speak this morning. So, and once you get to that leading edge, which I'm not seeing severe thunderstorm warnings, yeah, obviously you'll get some strong winds as the line pushes through. But then behind that, just rain, and more rain. All the way back into western portions. Well, things beginning to clear out. Yeah. From Springdale to Fayetteville down to Fort Smith, Arkansas, the rains have all pushed off to the east there. So, yeah, but thanks for checking. He's talking about the deer. That's kind of disturbing. Deer jumping to their death has residents in Elk County demanding something be done to stop it. Channel 6 News went to the town and got some answers from government agencies on what could be done. for the town of Johnsonburg. Yeah, the snow may have stopped falling from the sky, but for some, it continues to rain reindeer. Now, the reporter shows, as you can see in the background, there's a deer that have jumped off this bypass that runs through town. At this point, we've had at least 25 deer jump to their death in a populated area. That end of the bypass is probably more dangerous than any other because that's the only place that it crosses over a populated area. But they've reached out to they tried reaching out to PennDOT, but say they didn't get a response. PennDOT apparently doesn't see the wisdom of putting maybe a diversion fence for the deer, or maybe some sort of nets that catch all the debris that comes off the snow plows that plow it over. Okay. Well, they're saying the deer could be easily diverted. How about maybe you put some fencing? Overpass? Well, it's not uncommon for overpasses to have fencing on either side and toward the end of the overpass and whatnot. But yeah, that's sad. Bambi just making a jump, and it's a long way down. And it's that sudden stop that really hurts. It's 12 before the hour. And lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, as I mentioned, lines available if you'd like to jump in here. What's on your mind? Other interesting tidbits. As if we needed some additional supply chain issues. Things that could contribute to more empty shelves of varying products. Just as the Russia-Ukraine war is affecting the world, food and energy supply and prices. Yeah, we've been talking recently. China is going back into lockdowns for millions of people. This new subvariant of Omicron 2.0, whatever they're calling it, is further threatening the global supply chain. Chinese officials announcing a few days ago Omicron has spread to 28 provinces in China. At least 385 cities have confirmed cases. And China is still pursuing this whole zero COVID policy. When they get a cluster of cases, they lock everybody down. They shut everything down. Many cities are locked down or at least semi-closed, trying to comply with their continued zero COVID policy. I don't understand why or how China just doesn't get it. These lockdowns and shutdowns have not worked. They do not work. All they do is really, they draw the whole process out. But Dongguan, an industrial city in the Pearl River Delta, is under a 7-day lockdown right now, which means factories, industrial parks are all restricted from business activities or cargo transport. Public transportation is suspended. Non-essential traffic is banned. Unnecessarily traveling out of the city is prohibited. There's a textile company there that says this lockdown has caused the complete disruption of production logistics. Even express delivery is halted. Everything interrupted. All we can do is maybe try to take orders and wait for this to subside. This is affecting all kinds of businesses. There's 2 major manufacturing hubs that have implemented a lockdown. One of them is an auto industry town, another a technology and financial center. Consequently, the automakers Volkswagen and Toyota, more than 60 Taiwanese companies in the Shenzhen, including Foxconn, have all stopped production. China continues to pursue this zero COVID policy. Our factory's been shut down since the 13th. I have a truckload of goods not yet delivered. Very few vehicles on the road. There's one employee of an electronics factory that says the factories are shut down, the goods can't be delivered. Customers are urging us to deliver. This is affecting our supply to both domestic, obviously, and foreign customers. Of course, all domestic Chinese interviewees are not identified because the fear of reprisal from the Chinese Communist government. Trying to talk about the impact of this zero COVID policy. As the main supplier of many commodities such as electronics, communications, computers, furniture, from raw materials to the final products, these lockdown measures will surely threaten the global supply chain. This will intensify the shortage of goods and thus intensify global inflation, which we're already dealing with, inflation off the charts here. As for the scale of the impact, it depends on the spread of this outbreak and the number of cities and provinces that end up imposing lockdown measures. I don't know why China continues to do this. And then there's good old Dr. Fauci. Did you catch what he had to say the other day? With this Omicron 2.0, where they're shutting things down. He's trying to, I guess, get us prepared. We may not be done with lockdowns. We can't just say we're done with this. Depending on the Omicron 2.0 variant, beginning to show its ugly face here in the United States. So we may have to go back to, obviously, mask mandates, various restrictions, and maybe lockdowns. Come on, even our own Centers for Disease Control, their numbers cited all those lockdowns that had been implemented from the start of the pandemic to this day resulted in, what was the number? I believe it was a 0.2%. I mean, less than 1/4% drop or impact on COVID fatalities. In other words, essentially, they had virtually no impact. They did nothing. Why would we want to go to that route again? That would be my question, but let's try, it's that Gilligan. Hey there.
Hey, it's me again, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. And the worst part about that CDC study, it does not include the people that were abused and beaten, basically to force people to death and stuff. You know, of all the other impacts these lockdowns had, people died from the suicide stuff like that. Suicide rate was way up. They don't take those into consideration either. Steve, you know, we've been talking about how new car prices have went up. I sent you an email a little bit ago. Did you get that pickup for sale I sent you? You got that yet? That email?
I believe I did. Yeah.
Okay. For those of you that, I went over to Dodge dealer the other day, and their pickups, minimum 3/4 ton 4-wheel drives, are in the $60,000 range. Well, I found you a pickup. It's for $1,200. It's a 1950 Studebaker with no motor or engine and a rusted to pieces lot. Wouldn't that be a heck of a steal over $60,000? What do you think?
I don't know if you had maybe the skills of Big Moose that's a lot of restoration. I mean, you talk about a rust bucket. That thing's ate up with car cancer.
Yes, I bet you they restored that thing to be a beautiful truck. There were some interesting pickups. Some people don't even realize Studebaker makes pickups. I sent you another email there. Did you get the one about the comic book?
I did.
Did you get that one?
$2.4 million.
Yeah, I've never had a comic book like that. Some Marvel's Comics #1. Isn't that amazing? You think about them little things we used to carry around. I mean, I had some Fantastic Four, Superman, Spider-Man and stuff. Yeah, it's amazing what some comic books were wearing, isn't it? It's crazy. Well, I'm going to touch on Chevy guy's call earlier tonight. He's talking about New York City, how they react up there, to stuff. Unfortunately, about 15 years ago, I'm sorry to say I cut a chair a little bit too tight and knocked out a light pole for one of the street lights, and had a stoplight on it. It didn't knock out electricity or anything, thank God. And I pulled over. Here come the fire company, and the lieutenant of that fire station asked me, says, "What'd you stop for?" I said, I took out that's what you're supposed to do, ain't it? He says, "Well, most people just go on." He says, "Well, NYPD will be here sooner or later." About an hour later, here come NYPD, and this cop looked at me and he says, "Do you need an accident report?" I said, "Well, my company says I'm supposed to get one." He says, "Well, if you don't need an accident report, I don't need an accident report." I said, "Well, thank you very much, sir, and have a nice day."
Mm-hmm.
That's how they do things. And it's like, I've been told the reason they act like that is because if they really enforce that kind of stuff, they really have trouble getting trucks into the city. I went in New York City a couple hundred times, and it is extremely tight in a lot of places. I mean, it's amazing. I'm still a little amazed at how I was able to put trailers in places I did. Well, I'm going to touch on Horse Feather's call real quick, if you'll indulge me. He was talking about Bowie, Maryland, and how it should be Bowie and all this bit. Well, what do you expect out of a state that's spelled Maryland but pronounced it Maryland, and the river that borders them in West Virginia, my home state, it's It's spelled the Potomac, but they call it Potomac. And did I hear you say something about you truck show? You're supposed to be wearing a skirt, dancing on the table, or something like that? Is that what you were saying?
I don't know. Where do you hear these kind of things? You might need to have them.
Something about skirts and tables, you know. Thank you, Steve.
Have a good morning. All right, final hour coming up here. Right after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Ukraine told the Kremlin no deal when it demanded that Ukrainians surrender the southern port city of Mariupol. The city has experienced relentless attacks from Russia, leaving civilians trapped in deteriorating conditions. Russia's offer of letting civilians leave and humanitarian aid enter was met with emphatic rejection. It's been about 6 months since the U.S. issued its first sanctions against Russia in hopes of weakening the Kremlin ahead of time. In an upcoming interview for CBS's 60 Minutes, Deputy National Security Advisor Dalip Singh, who crafted the sanctions, discussed what more can be done.
We can broaden our sanctions. So take the sanctions we've already applied, apply them to more targets, apply them to more sectors.
Singh is talking more banks and higher parts of the Russian economy, mostly oil and gas. The Dow closed lower on Wall Street. This is USA Radio News.
Not too long ago, it felt good to withdraw your cash from the bank, didn't it? For a vacation or a new car. But today, withdrawing your own cash has become risky. Pat Boone here for Swiss America. According to The Secret War, a new Swiss America white paper, I learned that all banks are now required to spy on you and me for the government, and then report any financial behavior deemed suspicious or unusual. You must read The Secret War. It's free.
Thanks, Pat. Call toll-free 800-630-1490. That's 800-630-1490.
Truth is, I believe the government's new war against cash is really a war against us all. But the secret is now out. So please, get and read The Secret War.
Again, 800-630-1490. 800-630-1490 today.
Or at SwissAmerica.com.
Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson pledged to decide cases without fear or favor while also thanking God and professing her love for the country and Constitution. It was part of her 12-minute opening statement to the Senate Judiciary Committee. While Democrats on the panel praised President Biden's nominee, Republicans like Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina showed that they are ready to ask pointed questions of her record.
I want to know about your judicial philosophy, because people on the left, the far extreme part of the left, believe that you were the best bet.
If confirmed, Brown Jackson will be the first black woman to sit on the Supreme Court, which will in turn have 4 women on the bench at the same time. Jacksboro, Texas, northwest of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, has suffered significant damage as a possible tornado ripped through the town. Local media reports say the high school and the animal shelter was among the structures that were heavily hit. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Pump up the volume on your published book. Audiobooks generate new readers who love the storytelling format. We all have active multitasking lives now. With audiobooks, we can enjoy your book anywhere, anytime. Earn more profits. Tell your story to a new audience. Call Audiobook Network for a free guide. We produce your audiobook with professional voice actors and engineers, and then sell your audiobook on Amazon, Audible, and Apple iTunes.
Call Audiobook Network at 800-495-1223. Call today, 800-495-1223.
2 Pennsylvania state troopers are being remembered for their service to the community. 33-year-old Martin Mack III and 29-year-old Brandon Siska were in the southbound lanes of I-95 early Monday morning by the sports complex in South Philadelphia, assisting a civilian to safety when all 3 were struck by a car. Captain James Kim is with the Pennsylvania State Police.
Dispatch tried to attempt to contact the troopers, at which point they couldn't, and they sent backup. Upon arrival of the other troopers, there were some witnesses attempting CPR on the troopers on the left side of the road. At this point, they were pronounced deceased.
The name of the civilian is being withheld until family is notified. A suspect is in custody but has not been charged. Kim said the incident is being investigated as DUI related. Some teachers in the Sunshine State could see some more money in their paychecks.
There's good news for teachers in Florida, where Governor Ron DeSantis announced that he's raising the average minimum salary to all of the state's teachers to at least $47,500. Speaking at a charter school in Wellington, Florida, the Republican governor said he's earmarking $800 million from the state's new budget to fund the pay increases, which includes even higher pay for more experienced teachers. DeSantis said it's crucial to reward educators for their hard work during the COVID-19 pandemic. From the USA Radio News Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
And for USA Radio News in New York, I'm Kenneth Burns.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Hot Farms got off to a hot start. A co-champion takes command of the Supers, and an experienced lawyer stands in for his client and wins the challenge. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Columbus, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The third annual Wakarusa Ag Deutzfahr NTPA Shipshewana Spring Nationals, presented by Grog Martin Auctioneers and Realty, brought forth pullers from Indiana, Iowa, Kentucky, Michigan, New York, Ohio, and Wisconsin for a smorgasbord of 5 championship divisions over 2 nights. As usual, the track was bitey, the gorgeous machines a feast for the eyes, the competition spicy, and the winning runs savored by both the grateful competitors and the appreciative fans. Also, the soft pretzels were amazing. But where was I? Oh yes, the fans were kept entertained with this delicious foretaste of the summer to come on the NTPA Championship Pulling Circuit. That regular season is actually heading into its second week of point-earning contests in the southeastern corner of the United States. Friday and Saturday, March 25th and 26th, the South Carolina Multiplex in Neces, South Carolina, will host the Orangeburg Truck and Tractor Pull with 3 NTPA national classes on the roster: Super Farm tractors, 2-wheel drive trucks, and modified minis, as well as several Mid-Florida Tractor Pullers Association state classes. Details may be found at ntpapull.com. Back home in Indiana, it was Kevin Smith of Rochester and Mike Robbins of Greensburg winning their hot farm classes from the test hooks. Smith was victorious with his buckshot-reloaded John Deere on Friday, while Robbins' Fire in the Hole International held the lead all class long on Saturday. In light pro stock, the Harvesters dominated as Al Cook of Wilton, Wisconsin, rumbled to a W with Black Thunder in Session 1, while Travis Tilton's Always Something won everything in Session 2. Eric Huckey and John Humpy IV were the winners of the Stainless Diesel Pro Stock Diesel 4x4 3.0 truck classes. Huckey's slightly overworked Dodge got the job done on Friday, while Humpy's Causing Trouble Chevrolet gave the rest a headache on Saturday. In Grand National Light Superstock, the alcohol burners were in a blue mood as Rex Kuhn, along with Jason Hootman, the 2021 division champions, swept the event aboard the Ford 6000 Commander. Kuhn edged GN runner-up and past champ Adam Spiegelberg's Detonator Black in the first session, then put 6 feet on Spiegelberg in the second session.
In the sand he goes. Felt really good. It felt fast, and when they feel fast, it's a pretty good run.
And Mark Lawyer of Newcastle, Indiana, took both Pro Stock hooks to claim the $5,000 first prize in the Yoder Popcorn Mack Trailer Pro Stock Challenge Weekend Championship.
One more time down the road again. There it is.
He did so with a John Deere 5020 he owned for many years, but sold in the offseason to Jason Ruin of Farley, Iowa.
These guys have been doing a lot of work on it. I'm just holding a stick. You don't have to worry about stuffing it back in the truck. You don't have to worry about driving it home. You don't even have to worry about it tomorrow morning, do you?
No, but I'd help them if they needed.
Announcer Denver Getchy with the call, and Doc Riley with the interview on NTPA.tv. Congratulations to all the Shipshewana winners and participants. You can still watch the replay at NTPA.tv. And don't forget, the NTPA pulls into Nices, South Carolina for live regional and state action this Friday. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
There you go. Thank you very much, John Dunlap. Yes, indeed, tractor pull season back underway. How about that? I was asking Josh if we'd have any Hot Shot Secrets sponsored pullers there at the Winter Nationals coming up Saturday night there at the Mid-America Truck Show, Louisville, when the show actually wraps up Saturday afternoon at 4 o'clock. Tractor pulls get underway there in Freedom Hall. I believe 7 p.m., if memory serves, something like that. But indoor truck and tractor pulling. This is actually what do they call it? The MAC Nationals, the MAC Trailers Winter Nationals. MAC Trailers. I think that's a Lucas Oil kind of event. So, Josh was not aware of any Hot Shot Secret sponsored poolers that are going to be there, but I was hoping I'd get to see some of those or maybe meet some of the guys. But it should be fun. Going to be a big time anyway. By the way, if you hadn't heard, it's $25. It's open to everyone. It's general admission kind of thing, and $25 a seat. Hey, what else we got? On the same storm system, bringing the severe weather, the torrential rains, the flooding, the tornadoes. On the western and northern flank of that same system, there is a wintry side to this storm. We've got blizzard warnings as we speak, in effect. Let's see, I'm looking at this is right through the heart of Kansas, Weather Service office in Dodge City, Kansas. Blizzard warnings continue till 10 a.m. Central Time this morning. Now, the snow accumulation, 2 to 4 inches, but winds 65 miles per hour. So the blowing snow and drifting portions of central, south central, southwestern, and west central Kansas. Again, that's as we speak. You flip over a couple of the other areas. It's really just winter weather advisories now that extend from the Texas, Oklahoma, Panhandle, southeastern corner of Colorado, then right up through about the western half of Kansas. But the wind's going to be howling. High wind warnings there from like Superior to Beloit to Phillipsburg, Kansas. What kind of winds are we talking about? Sustained 25 to 35 miles per hour, gust to 60 miles per hour. That wind warning actually kicks in at 7 a.m. this morning till 7 p.m. Central Time this evening. Just suffice it to say, if you're going to be rolling, trying to move right through Kansas today, plan on rocking and rolling. The winds are going to be howling. Wind advisories and high wind warnings from north central Texas, about the western half there of... what are we looking at? Oklahoma on up into much of Kansas and even over into eastern portions of Nebraska. Wind advisories, high wind warnings. We also have wind advisories through the heart of Tennessee, almost the entirety of Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, as Big Sexy mentioned a bit ago. The winds are, got them rocking and rolling out there. All right, moving on to, hey, how would you like to improve your credit report score, your credit report? Now, this may actually do something for, I'd say, millions of Americans. This is going to be a major change they just announced. So many people hold medical debt, right? You made that visit to the ER. All right, your insurance covered X amount, but you still owed what? Potentially thousands of dollars. And that goes on your credit score, detrimental to your score. Most medical debt will be dropped from our credit reports coming up probably this summer. So says the top 3 credit reporting agencies. The announcement from Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion. As medical bills have become the largest source of personal debt in the country. Yes, obviously, the credit reports are used by the lenders determining whether you're a good loan risk. And having a poor credit score obviously makes it more difficult to get any financial products, a mortgage, a car loan, rent or an apartment, or even getting a job in some cases. Those 3 companies said they're going to make a number of changes on how they handle medical debt. They include dropping paid medical debt and medical collection debt, anything under $500, dropping that from your credit reports, increasing the time period from 6 months to 1 year before unpaid medical debts that are in collection will actually show up on a credit report. 20% of American households have healthcare-related debt, according to the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Errors related to medical debt are very common on credit reports, and consumers often find very difficult in getting any problems cleared up on their credit reports. In a March 1st report, the Bureau said it planned to hold credit reporting agencies accountable for inaccurate medical debt on consumers' reports, and also to decide whether medical debt should actually be included in credit reports. Now, according to the Consumer Products Division there, financial protection folks said Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion account for more than 6 in 10 complaints that they receive, more than any other topic. Inaccurate information showing up on your credit report. Okay, so that may be beneficial, again, to potentially millions of Americans. Back to the calls here. Good morning to Fly Rod. What's happening?
Well, greetings and salutations. Good morning, Steve. How are you this morning?
First question, is this a pre-recorded phone call?
I beg your pardon. I forgot to give a disclaimer. Everyone out there on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive radio, this is not, I repeat it, not a pre-recorded message. This is live. So, but Steve, I have to ask you a favor. Now, Steve, you're a very wise man. I've known you for many, 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 many years. Never met you face to face, mind you. But Steve, you and I, let's reason together over something, shall we?
Okay.
First of all, as your self-appointed executive producer, we have none other than Big Fred that's called in here. Big Ed had called into this show for many, many years. He's been a friend to all of us. And, of course, he's no stranger to the show, of course. But, Steve, you and I need to put our heads together and reason here because I smell a rat.
Uh-oh.
Don't you know that who's probably one of the biggest crapsters on this program? Going back to your previous gig at in Cincinnati there, who's been one of the biggest crapsters on this show for many, many years?
None other than Big Ed, or Big Fred, as Dimebag calls him.
Yeah, Big Fred, or Welfare Ed, as Gilligan calls him.
Right.
Well, Steve, we're launching an investigation because we have determined that Big Fred, as usual, is stirring up another pot. What we found out, uncovered, is that none other than Big Fred had, he's not coming to the show because he couldn't come up with the cash to get all these props and things. The big goose had told him to get for the playground that they're having up there at the truck show. So Big Fred was supposed to be buying, a kiddie pool, one of those inflatable bouncing things that those kids jump up and down on. It was for the truckers though.
Yeah, bouncy house.
Wasn't for the kids.
Mm-hmm.
A portable monkey bars, one of those merry-go-rounds. And of course, he was going to employ horse feathers to do a sing-along. So what happened is he didn't have the cash, so he staged this alleged fall to get out of coming because the truth of the matter is I think he crashed that dune buggy of his. So that's what we've got going on, Steve. And I just wanted everyone on our show here to know that look, this is nothing new. Ed's been doing this kind of nonsense for years, going back to for years and years. He's in thick with Doc Dye, and that's just the kind of silly stuff they do. You know, they want you to believe, they want you to give them pity and feel sorry for them. But the truth of the matter is, this didn't really happen, folks. Don't be duped by him. That was it was a nice job with the makeup. I have to confess, there for a moment I was believing it, but upon further review of the photographs and even the video that he allegedly put out, it was all staged. He's in thick with the Big Goose. Big Goose, remember, if we go back several months ago, you know, the Big Goose clamors up about this great big famous truck driver, and he does all this, that, and he don't drive a truck. He never has driven a truck. Come on, people, let's reason together. Are you with me, Steve?
I mean, based on the photographic evidence, I mean, from Friday when he was really looking pretty bad to, I guess, Saturday afternoon, there was an awful lot of improvement. The black guy wasn't nearly so black, and I've never seen anyone heal that quick.
Yes. Yeah, see? The reasoning light has come on. It's all staged. It's all staged, Steve. The whole kit and caboodle. You know, in fact, I tried to get a hold of that stinking chicken farmer yesterday just to let him know that I was on to his tail about this big old yarn he's telling. And he, of course, wouldn't answer the phone, wouldn't even bother to call me back, just like he wouldn't call the Big Goose back. You know, Ed, you're full of crap. You're the biggest crap stirrer on this show we've ever had, as usual. Look, that's all I wanted to get out, because I don't want people giving him tea and sympathy. He's nothing but a stinking chicken farmer. And I stand by my word. So Steve, have an awesome day.
Fly Rod, are you going to be a part of the cast of characters in Louisville? Are you going to make it to the show or no?
Oh, Steve, I wanted to come so bad. I had, on a serious note, my wife and I had booked a hotel room up there and was going to come up. But just under various circumstances, we're not going to be able to make it, unfortunately. And I'm really sad about it because I wanted to come up so bad. But no, to answer your question, no, we will not be up there.
All right. Well, we'll miss you. We'll be thinking about you with all the cast of cartoon characters. Well, you could be hanging out with Gilligan or whatever. Is that the plan?
No. Had I come up, I was gonna be hanging out at your booth and passing out candy bars and of course some of our favorite. We've got so many locust cookies left over that we wanted to pass them out. The cicada cookies,
Yeah.
We froze hundreds and hundreds of thousands of pounds of them, and we were going to give them out along with Texaco Mom's bean soup that she's going to be passing out. We thought it'd be a great condiment to go with it. But no, we're not going to be able to make it, and I daily apologize.
All right. Well, maybe next time, as they say.
Folks, yeah, next time. But folks, please don't be duped by Big Fred. This is the kind of nonsense he's done for years. It's nothing new under the sun for this character. He's a clown. He's a showman, and worst of all, he's a stinking chicken farmer. And thank you for taking my call.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
Only you can prevent wildfires.
but there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, where we leave off there. I don't know much about snakes. All I know about snakes is I don't like them. I don't like big ones. I don't like little ones. I don't like snakes. I'm one of those people. In the state of Alabama, an elusive reptile has made a rare appearance. The Alabama Wildlife and Freshwater Fisheries Division confirming the discovery of a wild-born eastern indigo snake. I don't care. It's a snake. I don't want to see it. They say this is only the second time in more than 60 years that the indigo has been seen in the state. State officials say they're continuing on reintroducing the species to the state. Why? Oh, supposedly it's important to the ecosystem. Snakes are supposed to be good for something. The indigo is the nation's largest native snake, but it vanished in Alabama in the 1950s. They say due in large part to loss of habitat, according to the Department of Conservation. The first indigo snake was found in 2020, according to the department. I guess the latest just in recent days, the second time in 60. These snakes apparently play a significant role in the ecosystem, and their disappearance could have a domino effect on other life forms in the state, according to biologists. They don't mention, is it a poisonous or is it a non-poisonous? I don't know. They all scare the hell out of me. Speaking of something scary here before we hit our bottom of the hour news break just ahead. Yeah, we know it's all but inevitable. One of these days, we will see another major solar flare impacting the planet. I guess it's going to be a close call on Wednesday of this week, a near miss, as they call it. A giant solar flare spotted by scientists is expected to reach the Earth Wednesday, but it will be a near miss, kind of a glancing blow, as they call it. So minimal impacts. Solar flares, or CMEs, coronal mass ejections, moving through space. And of course, if they hit the Earth's magnetic field, causing solar storms, which vary in severity. According to spaceweather.com, there is a CME on its way to the Earth as we speak. It's a little bit off target, though. A glancing blow or maybe a near miss is possible in the late hours of Wednesday, according to NOAA forecasters. Wednesday's event is going to be a G1, a minor geomagnetic storm. It will be the third time in just the past week that a CME almost landed a direct hit, according to the website. But even a near miss can produce bright aurora borealis, Arctic auroras. A minor G1 solar storm could cause some weak power grid fluctuations, small impacts on satellite communications, and they can also confuse animals that use the Earth's magnetic field for migration, the birds and whatnot. The sun right now, though, is starting a new 11-year solar cycle in which these large flares will become more and more common. If they hit the Earth directly, it could have pronounced impacts, knocking out communications, could knock out power grids, and so much more for long periods of time. Thankfully, again, they're seeing a glancing blow from this one. Our number, 844-844-3388. News break time here on a Tuesday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Kenneth Burns.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky turned down Russia's ultimatum to surrender the southern port city of Mariupol. The Kremlin was continuing to look for a victory somewhere as its forces are in what appears to be a stalemate. Russia told Ukraine if they surrender Mariupol, civilians would be able to leave the heavily damaged city and humanitarian aid can enter. They won on Capitol Hill for Supreme Court nominee Ketanji Brown Jackson. She will spend the next couple of days at least in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee. Beating back Republican assertions that she's soft on crime is Vermont Democrat Patrick Leahy.
She hails from a law enforcement family. And no, she's not soft on crime.
The GOP made it clear that they would sharply question her record. Wall Street at the close Monday, the Dow was down 202 points, the NASDAQ was down 55, the S&P 500 was off a couple. This is USA Radio News.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
Before I started taking Balance of Nature, I was so exhausted, and they found nothing wrong. Everything was good, just no energy. For years, I was so worn out. Well, I want to tell you, Balance of Nature has been so good for me. I'm 84 years old, and I feel like I'm 30. I want to scream with happiness. I feel like I'm 30 years old now. So I want to thank Balance of Nature for everything, because this has been the best thing I've ever done.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code USA.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
As the topic continues, prices at the pump, the pain at the pump. Are we going to begin in short order to see drivers parking trucks? It's not too far in the past. I remember pretty clearly. Many truckers parking their trucks in 2008. Last time we saw an incredible jump in fuel prices. That's beginning to surface. The discussion, according to the report from CDL Life this past day, owner-operators in Mississippi say the cost of diesel may soon price them out of the industry, forcing them to, seek company jobs as a last resort. As we know, the average cost of a gallon of diesel up $1.50 in just the past month. A number that owner-operators say is destroying their profit margins. WLBT-TV said the average price of diesel in Mississippi was $4.91 as of Sunday. In California, the average is closer to $6 per gallon. We spoke to a number of drivers. Leonard Lawson says, yep, it's getting hard. It's getting hard out here for truckers. I went from filling my truck from around $600 to now around $900. I used to pay like $1,600 a week. Now it's more like $2,000 or more. Depends on where you go, of course. If you head out west, it's more like $6 a gallon. Current owner-operators say paying for diesel out of their own pockets is making it difficult to make as much money as they used to. Switching over to a company driver may be the way to go, at least till diesel prices come back down. I've seen a couple people saying on social media that they're going to park their trucks and go work for a company because $900 every other day is ridiculous filling up their trucks. Another driver, Jimmy Stanford, who's in the process of hauling a load from Las Vegas to Orlando at the time of the interview, says this load typically would have made him $7,000, but due to the diesel prices, I'll bring home about $4,500 if everything goes according to plan. Usually, you'd try to run hard and have a particular size check, but by the time the fuel prices go up, it's going to be about $4,500. Guys who drive for companies and things like that, because they don't have to pay for the fuel, they'll cover the fuel. Somebody like me, though, being an owner-operator, I have to be very careful. I need enough fuel to get to where I'm going. I need just enough. All right, then another racing hauler incident this past weekend. In this case, the race hauler was badly damaged at Atlanta Motor Speedway. This was on Saturday in the, how do you pronounce it? I'm not familiar with this racing team. Is it Rame Brothers? R-E-A-U-M-E, Rame Brothers Racing Hauler, as they were attempting to leave Atlanta Motor Speedway after the Xfinity Series race. Apparently, the hauler driver attempted to turn into a service tunnel that was not designed for trucks. Uh-oh. He got wedged. Major damage to the trailer, no injuries, but the hauler was apparently carrying the number 33 and number 43 trucks that ran in the race when this crash occurred. The racing team still plans to be in Austin, Texas at the Circuit of the Americas race. Guess they're going to have to get a new trailer, though, right? A new hauler. That was a costly mistake, right? Our number, 844-844-3388. Chevy Guy, hey there.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to get the scarecrow straightened out there, Hey, I personally moved in the 1980s, moved into the darkest hills and hollers of West Virginia, so I know what I speak of. As a matter of fact, I integrated with the natives there. Matter of fact, I got one sleeping up in my house. I've got several of them. I got a whole mess of them called me Papaw, and Pap. So, and great grandkids, So, yeah, I know what I speak of. It's called the closer the kin, the better the skin. So that's how you do that, Hey, if you marry your sister, you know what you're going to get. But if you marry a stranger, you're taking your chances, And to boot, you'll know, you pretty well know if you get along with your in-laws. How about it?
So you're the guy that had the big poster out in the front yard there that said, "My sister's pregnant. I'm going to be a dad."
Hey, there you go. And well, the kids, that way the kids all look like you and your dad. So, there you go. No, sometimes Democrats don't lie. Barack Obama said they cling to their God and their guns. And the Democrat Party has absolutely gone after our God and our guns. All right? But when Joe Biden got in office, you got to realize something. He said, what if, a reporter asked, what are you planning to be ready if Trump runs against you in the next election? Joe Biden looked at the reporter and says, I don't even know if there will be a Republican Party. So it sounds like this new outbreak, by the time it gets here, and it'll have us all locked down, and all of a sudden nobody will be able to go vote in person, and it'll all be done by mail. Guess what? There might be, you might not ever see another Republican office again if they figure out how to cheat on this round too. So sometimes they tell the truth. You just got to listen to them. Hey, Hitler wrote Mein Kampf, and you just got to listen to people. Just including Putin wrote, he wants to reinstate the Soviet Union. So I think when Biden said that, it was probably an honest moment. They got plans to totally destroy the Republican Party. And real quick, I don't want to hog up your time. A New York City story. I go in there. It's 89. I go in and I'm told to go to Hunts Point. I have empty glass bottles, and they're going to bottle them, right there in the city. And I come in around there at 2 in the morning, like I was told to do, and then turn left up a one-way street, the wrong way up a wrong-way street, no problem. Well, I come around there to make a turn, and I pull up, and I got that 48-foot spread out pretty good, and it looks like it's going to go over a pile of trash, boxes and stuff. And then something told me, you better just back it up. There's nobody out here. I backed it up, slid my tandems all the way forward, come around there, pulled up in front of this business. Well, that morning I opened up the gate. We're unloading the reason they wanted me up on that one-way street, it's sort of uphill. That way the pallets moving the stuff downhill. And while I'm up there helping the guy moving it down, keeping it from running out the back, and all of a sudden I see them boxes start moving around. Come to find out that, I was thinking, if I go across that, it might have a fire plug in there. Come to find out it's three men sleeping, three winos sleeping on a couch. Had all them boxes piled over them to stay warm. So, yeah, it's New York City. It's a totally different world.
Wow.
So, other than that, we're going to sit back. Now, are you going to be on live tomorrow?
Yeah, Tuesday night, Wednesday morning. I'll be here, at the midnight hour Tuesday night, and then I won't be here Wednesday night, Thursday morning. That'll be a replay of something.
It'll still be good. It'll still be good.
Then,
hey, you have a great time. You have, I don't talk to you. You have a great time down there in Louisville, even though it's in Kentucky. But you think West Virginia stories are bad? I got some real good ones out of Kentucky, but we won't go there right now.
Okay, all right.
Because I want to survive. Other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail and enjoy the rest of the show.
Thank you,
and wait
Chevy
for
Guy.
you to speak up tomorrow morning. How about
All right, we'll be here. Thank you very much. All right, got a few minutes left here. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. I guess by later today, the rain will be moving into our area. Talk about a big-time flip-flop here. Then the weather roller coaster, right? Here in the Cincinnati area. Southwest Ohio, southeast Indiana, northern Kentucky. Yeah, it looks like anywhere from 1 to maybe up to 2 inches of rain for some. Areas like Connorsville, Indiana, looks like the models are depicting closer to 2 inches of rainfall. But, we started the week there Monday. It was a beautiful, sunny, warm day, 71 degrees. Yeah, the wet weather returns. Better than an inch of rain by Thursday, and believe it or not, possibly some more winter-like weather by the weekend with the chance of a few flakes of snow flying. I know they were showing overnight lows by the time we get to the weekend in the upper 20s again. Good golly. I thought we were ready to put away the winter attire. Maybe not just yet. All right, we'll return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Now, I didn't hear from Philip this morning. Kind of unusual, but heading on a couple of tidbits out of Florida. Of course, it was late last week. NASA's towering moon rocket, the SLS, indeed emerging from the assembly building at the Kennedy Space Center. First-hand look at the biggest space vehicle since the Apollo era. NASA held a full day of events, media opportunities at the Space Center leading up to the rollout a little before 6 o'clock in the evening. As NASA prepares to mark the 50th anniversary of the Apollo 16 mission that launched April 16th of 1972. But aboard the very slow-moving transporter, took nearly 12 hours for the rocket to make that move out to the Complex 39B. Didn't get there till like 5:30 in the morning, Friday morning, but there were thousands of people gathered along the route of the rocket ahead of the rollout Thursday evening. NASA employees, contractors, family members. Pretty cool to see this magnificent beast come out of the spacecraft cocoon, so to speak, to emerge from a building built for moon rockets. It's pretty exciting to see. All right, one other tidbit here. Down in the sunshine, I was going to ask Philip what he knows about spring break is in full swing, right? And I guess spring break apparently isn't what it used to be. We know it's an opportunity for teens and young adults to get together and partake in drunken debauchery, right? Yep, music, wet T-shirt contest. Yeah, you know the drill. lots of TNA with the young girls. But things have really apparently spiraled out of control in Miami Beach, where they've declared a state of emergency after a weekend that included shootings and overwhelming spring break crowds in the South Beach Entertainment District. The Miami Beach city manager said, "We intend to declare a public emergency effective this Thursday, this week before next weekend." The mayor, along with the city commissioners, made an official announcement this past afternoon. If you want to see what a very frustrated, angry mayor looks like, you're looking at him right here. Announcing new measures related to crowd control for the remainder of the entire spring break period. They have implemented a midnight curfew that will begin Wednesday night, Thursday morning at 12:01 a.m. that goes through the weekend. This is not your mother or your father's spring break. This is something totally different. What I saw that made me cringe over the weekend: gunfire almost 10 feet away from an officer on an ATV who dives off the ATV because he doesn't know where the gunfire is coming from. I mean, we've got a problem here. Ocean Drive and 7th Street has been the general area where the most recent shooting happened, which has inspired the curfew call. Is that really going to change anything? Who knows? When asked what he would say to people who say they've heard this year after year, this is just kind of a reactionary move that the city and police department, but nothing ever really changes. The mayor said, "Well, we haven't been able to figure out how to stop spring break from coming. I say that all the time, but we don't want spring break here, but they keep on coming. But it's very difficult to deter idiots and criminals from doing stupid things. Since the start of spring break, at least 5 people have been shot on Ocean Drive alone there in Miami, Florida." All right, so we'll wrap it up here on a Tuesday morning. Thank you. We'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight. Yes, we will be back for our Wednesday morning program before heading down to Louisville for the big show, where we'll be coming to you live there each day, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah,